angry, Aussie, Aussie, angry, Aussie, angry.
Swinging into a Saturday night, non-date night, so I'm here. Haiti high. I can't tell the difference between when my webcam goes weird and goes out of focus and when my eyes are just fucked. Got my very colourful new fairy lights going to town back there. That's all good. Mega Leech, hello. Good evening, sir. How are you? So ready to go. And so you can tell I'm going to make some more cocktail videos because I've got cocktail making clothes on. Been Mr. Spock tonight. And it's focus. Okay, I think I need to fucking go and do this manually. Controller. Options. Okay, no autofocus. Switch autofocus off and play with focus. That's not doing a goddamn thing. Where are the advanced settings? Brightness, contrast, sharpness, backlight, gain, camera controls. There we go, focus. That's more like it. As in, I'm now seriously out of focus. There. That'll do. Okay. I will now leave that because I think I'm in focus now and I switched autofocus off. Dun, dun, dun. Luke, hello. How are you? Even as I say that, I seem to recall things aren't fantastic at the moment, so it feels a bit insensitive to say how are you. But here to hope you're going to enjoy the distraction of hanging out for a while, mate. So just trying to get this. That was it. That was too far. Get the framing of the webcam right too, because I'm a motherfucking professional. Can't tell me that I'm not. Good. Glad you're okay, man. We do our thing. Rolling into a Saturday night. Gonna make a couple of videos. Gonna make a couple of cocktails that have nothing to do with videos because I just want to make some cocktails. And gonna be good. And I bought a few things today. Some sexy Luxardo cherries, a new gin. So I think I'm gonna start with my warm-up drink. I think I'll make a Snosberry Fizz with this new gin. Patient Wolf's Blackthorn Gin. Fish Lives Matter. Hello. Which because I've just decided what glassware I'm going to have it in. Just the old culturally problematic tiki mug. Hopefully there's no crap in there. There we go. And I'm going to get a big bit of ice from my big ice tray. Not going to do clear ice because it's not a clear drink. But it's a big glass, so I'm going to do a big chunk of ice from my biggest ice cube tray. That in there, that in there. I want some sody. Is there one that's open? What's that? That's a tonic. No, I think. So, what have we got? Orange and sage, orange and sage. Blood orange and sage. Blood orange and sage. I should do blood orange and sage. I've got the most of that. Right, blood orange and sage it is. And I think I'll do chocolate whiskey for fun. I'm also trying to use it up because it's not my best whiskey. In fact, I actually feel pretty comfortable in calling it my worst whiskey. It's not terrible. It's just not as good as the others. Luke, you like the lights, man? I like the lights. Bought them off Facebook ad. Celtic King, hello to you. Right, so the brand new Blackthorn Gin. Fruity. 1.5 ounces. Bit more. Well, that's a very rich purple colour. Screw top bottle. Chocolate whiskey. In she goes. It's got a real cocoa sort of aroma on there. And topped with soda, using some special Cappy blood orange and sage soda. Has no sweetener in it, like not even artificial sweetener. So it's just got a really light flavour. It's quite nice. I'll just rinse out my jigger. And top that off. That famous Willy Wonka-inspired Snosberry Fizz. The snosberries taste like snosberries. So, house drink, the Snosberry Fizz. Refreshing. I just realized the badges look weird. They're uneven. I think this one needs to be higher rather than make the other one. Celtic King and my soda holic. I'm a fucking Pepsi holic. I drink so much Pepsi Max. It's ridiculous. Should be sponsoring me. About here. I'm trying to look balanced, as it were. Even if I'm in it's still a little bit low, isn't it? It's weird because it's a completely different shape badge. That's better. I think it needs to be a little bit higher. See, I'm getting obsessive. Oh, I love that one, Luke. You get nothing. Good day to you, sir. Celtic King, thank you. I love the tie too. Mr. Spock, lurking under my vest. That's a bit more like it. I don't think I have any Star Wars ties. I have this one Star Trek tie. I don't think I have any Star Wars ties. And I'm much more into Star Wars. This could actually do with a little bit of sweetening. I think all the ingredients are a bit drier than normal. Dare I? I'm going to put a tiny bit of sweetening in here. Satisfy my sweet tooth. What do we got there? Honey syrup, banana syrup. So many syrups that I made. Use this lemon lime one. Ugh. Lemon lime syrup. And just a splash, just the tiniest bit of sweetness. Nobody, hello. I like that. Greetings and cell mutations. Nice. I like it. I like it. It's like all those riffs on Bon Appetit people do when they show pictures of a really hideous meal. Bone maple teeth. Yep, that's better. Just take the dry edge off it. Okay, that's a good start to the night. A Snosberry Fizz. It's nice that we have a house drink invented on the stream. Actually inspired by Blake from Patient Wolf, because he said, when saying, ways he recommend to drink this, and he said, this will sound weird, but do 50% that gin, 50% whiskey on ice, and it's really good. It sounds weird, but it's good. and we mutated that a bit and added soda and ice. The Snosberry Fizz was born. Quality beverage. Quality beverage. Proud to call it the house drink. Yeah, you're right, Luke. Nobody does look like a very common representation of Jesus. But all you need for that is long hair and a beard. Oh God, I just my favorite guy who did that, long hair and a beard, and he actually wore like white robes, as is often depicted in religious imagery. And he went to one of those gross Westboro Baptist church protests. It's not a church; it's a fucking scam. Not only are you not Jewish, nobody, you're not African. And when one reads the Bible, Jesus' ancestry was African and Middle Eastern. So he's going to be quite dark, as opposed to all these white Jesuses you see everywhere. That's nice. The little reference from the scriptures says Jesus was unremarkable to look at. Very plain. What was I saying? Oh, no, I've lost my train of thought. Was it Jesus? I don't know. Fucking hell, man. Honestly. Oh, I got 6 hours. Obi-Wan, Jesus. Yeah. Oh, right. No, it was a dude who looked like Jesus, and he went to a Westboro Baptist church thing. And so he dressed in the robes and everything. So he looked like a biblical picture, with the long hair and the beard. And the Westboro people are holding up all their offensive signs and being a-holes. And he was just holding up a sign saying, "I'm not with these assholes," which was beautiful. Chris, you like the new party lights? I like the new party lights. I decided, the fairy lights were a good backdrop for cocktail videos. So, and these were advertised to me on Facebook, and I went, yeah, why not go the whole way? Get some party lights. Oh, yeah. Man, that drink grows on you too, the Snosberry Fizz. Lots of room for playing around. You do different gins, different whiskies, different sodas for that matter. But it's a tasty beverage, is all I'm saying. So I'm gonna stick with the Snosberry Fizz for a little while, and then Megaleech, a rating for a Snosberry Fizz. It's a solid 8. A Snosberry Fizz is a solid 8, and I don't drink many soda drinks. I tend to drink what they call straight up. I didn't get a response from AZ today, Megaleech, so I might get a phone message during the stream, but I didn't get a response from him today. So if I don't hear from him tonight, I'll follow him up again tomorrow. Oh, nice, Chris, you're watching on the big... Okay, they probably look good on a big TV. Fish Lives. Work with a Lebanese person. She was saying even right back history, there were white people in the Middle East. You get... there's a particular area, and I think it's like the north of Lebanon. Because, you've got that massive... It's not like there's stuff separating the Middle East and Western Europe. So you get that blend across. That's how Lawrence of Arabia, who had blue eyes and blonde hair, was able to blend in with the arms he was, because they said he was from... where was it? There's a particular place in the north of Lebanon where the people were very pale-skinned, blonde and blue-eyed. Of course I'll pass on the love, Celtic King. No problem. Oh, I love that meme, nobody. Someone shared at church. Jesus says, love everyone. And someone goes, but what about the gays or the Muslims or all those other people? And Jesus says, what? Did I stutter? I love that meme. That's a good one. God. I'm also thinking there was a British spy show where one of the spies, who was blonde and blue-eyed, tried to infiltrate a terror sect by saying he was from this area because he was very fluent in the language. And it was almost like a dare to have someone out him. It's like because he's hiding with all these dark-skinned, brown-eyed Muslims. The fact he's showed up and he's blonde and blue-eyed is almost like it's so obvious he can't be a spy because they wouldn't send a spy in who was blonde and blue-eyed. It's going to drive me mad if I don't remember it. Aleppo. Fucking Aleppo. That was it. Now I'm going to look on a map where Aleppo is because I was saying it was in northern Lebanon, and I might be right or I might be wrong. I'm going to look it up on a map. Aleppo. But that's where Lawrence of Arabia said he was from. It's Syria. Okay. Aleppo is Syria. It's northern Syria. I knew it was northern somewhere. Oh wow, it's a long way further south than I thought. So I was looking at the map, because my geography is shit. Wow, my geography is actually worse than I thought. Okay, so Aleppo is not that far from the Syria-Turkey border. So it's right there. It's the Middle East. It's the middle of the Middle East. But yes, there were famously people from Aleppo who were blonde and blue-eyed. So, and it was like, because you occasionally get, it sounds a bit mean to call them genetic mutations, but people, Chris, ISIS, there was some very bad fighting around Aleppo. You are right. There's that really famous photo from National Geographic from like the 80s or something of an Afghan girl just staring at, and she's caught just staring straight at the camera, and she's got brilliant green eyes. So there's, people aren't an amorphous blob. You get common, I guess, features across ethnic groups, but there will always be people within the ethnic groups who are sort of outside the main group of features. I'm explaining this really fucking badly. You can probably tell I'm not a scientician. That's the proper word. I'm not a scientician. So yes. So you do actually get people who are ethnically from the Middle East who will have blue or green eyes. Sometimes they're blonde. Sometimes they have much lighter skin. That's a thing. It's a thing that happens. Yes, Megalichi Play 1 YouTube. Yeah, that could be it, Chris. Could be blonde, blue-eyed people in the Middle East because of Alexander the Great's conquests. And that's the thing. You get dominant and recessive genes. And like I've got green eyes. Green eyes are a recessive gene. As turns out, I had children with someone with brown eyes. Brown eyes are a dominant gene. And so my offspring have brown eyes, which is by far the most likely thing. It's not guaranteed. They could easily have had green or blue eyes, but its percentage chance of that is very low because brown eyes are a very dominant gene compared to green eyes. And I just got green eyes. No, even not everyone in my family has green eyes. There are a couple of people in my family who have brown eyes. But that's like Irish and Scottish, and which means, you know, like Norse and Scandinavian as well from the Vikings. So that's where my green eyes come from. Shieldsy, you're blonde and blue-eyed. Sexy and you know it, man. That's all right. So just because genes are dominant doesn't mean they're 100%. So you can get people, you know, like in East Asian groups where, you know, okay, everyone's going to have brown eyes, but some people don't. Some people have green eyes. It's really rare because it's a recessive gene, but you will get East Asian people who have green eyes. Same with Middle Eastern people, mostly, you know, dark skin, dark hair, brown eyes, but you will get people who are light skinned, blonde, and blue eyes or green eyes. Fish Lives, your parents were brown eyes and you got grey. Celtic King, brown hair, brown eyes. See, brown hair, brown eyes is by far the most common, because even when we say black hair and really dark, I don't think anyone talks about people having black eyes, but you get hazel and light brown eyes and very dark brown eyes. Even when you say people have black hair, I think like really it's just very dark brown. Pre-gray, people would have said I had black hair, but in reality it's very dark brown. But again, probably not as dark as East Asian or African people as well. I'm more than willing to be corrected on that, in fact, if I'm actually talking crap. If there was someone who actually knew genetics and went, no, African people have true black hair. It's like, cool, I was told one thing, it was wrong. And that, kids, is how we learn. You can say, I'm pretty sure about this, but if someone who knows better than you corrects you, you go, oh, okay, I didn't realize. Thanks for that. And then everyone's better off. If you stay open to, well, you know, I could be wrong. Little bit of soda left. I might have that. You'll be pleased, Shieldsy. It's soda water. Just a little bit of my Snosberry fizz to finish, and then I might finish off the soda. And then I might make a cocktail video. Got to decide which one will I make first. I might, just because I can. I've already made next week's videos. I made them all last night. But I've got some mint that I want to use before it goes off. And it's Mojito Day in a couple of weeks, which is, you know, the classic mint drink, and mojitos are fucking fantastic. Well, I've got to decide if I want to use this soda or just make some with my soda stream thingy, actually. But because you top your mojito with soda. So add mint, rum, lime juice, sugar syrup to a glass, churn, fill glass with more crushed ice. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to shake it to pulverize the mint a bit and release. There are lots of different views on how to make a mojito. She goes, your eyes are so blue, they pop on camera with the right light. Oh, kind of like I rewatched the Bo Burnham special Inside, his lockdown comedy special that he did completely alone in a room, and he seems to lose his grip on his mental health while doing it. Not completely sure if he's being completely genuine or if he's acting there. Because his whole thing has always been to, the things I say in these shows are lies. I'm I'm saying they're true, but they're not. But then he says stuff that I think is true because he's tricky. Layers upon layers with young Bo Bird. He's only 30. He's still young. Again, Mrs. Angry and I were watching, and he was having severe and I think genuine existential angst about turning 30. And I was like, oh my God, it's so fucking funny when 30-year-olds think they're old. It's hilarious. There'd be 80-year-olds laughing at me if I say I'm old. Like, motherfucker, you're not old. It's all relative. Just like the incest porn section on the internet. All relative. I should stop saying that, honestly. Who's gonna stop me? Jesus. What's wrong with you, man? Safa, hello, save me. I'm falling down a terrible, terrible rabbit hole. So yeah, I watched the Bo Burnham thing, and under particular lighting, his blue eyes basically explode. Safa, not much. So I don't have drink to blame for being a degenerate. I'm just a degenerate. I am almost finished my Snosberry Fizz, which is gin and whiskey. What percentage alcohol is this chocolate whiskey? It's 40%, so it's normal strength. And the Blackthorn gin is actually notably higher than most slow gins are. Most slow gins are about 27%, and this is actually 37%. And 1.5 shots of each, so that's 3 standard drinks, 3 to 4 standard drinks I've had. So I shouldn't be driving a car. It's 3 to 4 standard drinks in 20 minutes, so I shouldn't be driving a car. So alcoholic ginger beer. I've never see. I used to think I didn't like ginger beer. Then I realized my palate had changed, so I tried some recently. So it's fine. It's fine. I don't want to drink a lot. I had both ginger beer and ginger ale, and I don't want to drink a lot, but I can. I feel comfortable if I make a cocktail or get offered a cocktail or see an interesting looking cocktail that's got ginger beer or ginger ale. I know I'm fine with it, so that's good. I've never had alcoholic ginger beer, and there are a lot of alcoholic ginger beers on the market. So there's also the one that it's very old school Australian drink, Stone's Green Ginger Wine. It's the thing that sleazy roadies at rock concerts would drink. Stone's Green Ginger Wine. Not exactly sure how that's made because they're not calling it ginger beer. So it's not fermented, or it's not done the same way as ginger beer. Megalich, yeah. I tried SARS as well, sarsaparilla, and I've still got some. I think it's Bundaberg sarsaparilla. Because I thought, I used to think I didn't like, do I like sarsaparilla? Because I thought I didn't. So I got some. And yeah, again, it's nice. I'm not going to drink a lot of it, but I do like sarsaparilla. So again, if someone offers me a sarsaparilla or a mixed drink that's sarsaparilla, I know I'm going to like it. So that's fine. Safa, I don't think it was particularly windy today. I think it was really quite calm. I was inside for most of it. I did go out. I went out and got that gin and went for a walk with Mrs. Angry. I don't think it was windy in Melbourne today. It was early in the week. Celtic King, thanks for dropping in, man. It's always nice to see you. Spreading the love, as it were. Possibly spreading, in STIs. Sorry, that's not a reflection on you. That's a reflection on me that I couldn't resist saying that. Megalich had some stones? Megalich, how would you describe the difference between the Stone's Green Ginger Wine and ginger beer, for instance? Yeah, or I don't know if you've ever had alcoholic ginger beer, actually, but So Safa, it was windy in the country up in the northeast. Shieldsy, you got the wind, damn cold up there. Yeah, we're getting proper winter weather now. It hasn't been freezing, but it's been quite cool and rainy. And when it rains and cool, that makes it feel colder. What do we got I'm just going to look. What do we got for the next week? It's about 10 Celsius. Feels like 8.5. Going to be overnight minimum of 5, so it's a reasonably cold night. Oh, Jesus, yeah, and then we're getting minimums of 4. Okay, yeah, this is a pretty shitty week. We're only getting maximums of 14 or 15, and then it's going to start raining again halfway through the week. So a couple cold nights. Tonight, tomorrow, Monday night, are fairly cold nights. You wouldn't want to be caught outside next couple of nights. Fairly fucking cold, and then it's going to start raining. You think our chill's reaching you? Oh, okay. So ginger beer is more yeasty. Yeah, because ginger beer is literally brewed like beer, whereas wine is fermented but not brewed. There's someone who knows more about the process could explain, but yeah, that would make sense that the Stone's green ginger wine is less yeasty than ginger beer. Safa, is Amazon Prime worth it? I think so. There's actually, because if you get Amazon Prime, I didn't get it for buying stuff off Amazon. I got it for the video. The Prime Video stuff, there's a shit ton of like really good, not just okay stuff. There is a shit ton of really good stuff to watch on Amazon Prime Video. But yeah, also if you buy stuff off Amazon, you get those Prime benefits as well. Okay, Megaleech, so you reckon Stone's is more like a liqueur. Okay, it's good to know. I might try it one day, actually, because it's such a fucking old school Aussie drink. I don't even know if it's Australian. I think it is. No, but you kept warm by cooking over a wood fire. Oh, that's old school. I like that. I like that. And Fish Lives. How low does it have to be to get frost? Do you miss seeing frost? We rarely, but sometimes get frost in Melbourne. I think it's the ocean air that makes frost less likely. Yeah, man, when I grew up in Dubbo, we'd get frost all the fucking time. And we'd get brutally cold nights in Dubbo. Sub-zero frosts and all that shit. No, Safa, Audible is completely separate to Amazon Prime. That's a completely separate product. I was kind of hoping it would be included in Prime, but it isn't. Yeah. Yeah, simple answer to the question is Prime worth it? I say yeah, because it's less than $10 a month, and there is a fucking shit ton of stuff to watch on Prime Video, and really, really good stuff. And then there's a bunch of weird, interesting stuff, and that's like secondary, but there is a bunch of really good stuff on Prime Video to watch. Absolutely worth it. Until you've watched everything you want to watch. And then if you've watched everything you want to watch, then you stop your subscription. Megaleech, it's got to the point where Audible is offering me 3 free months, but I won't use it. I only used Audible while commuting, and I don't fucking commute anymore. I don't sit here listening to... It's even hard for me to keep up with podcasts now, because it's very distracting if I'm trying to work and I'm trying to listen to a podcast. I have trouble doing both. But yeah, I used to listen to podcasts or books on Audible when I was commuting. And I'm not commuting anymore. So it'll be a while. If I get forced into going back to work in the office, which isn't going to happen for a minimum a couple of months, but it might happen. So then maybe I'll get Audible, because they are currently like begging me to come back and offering me 3 free months. Yes, Safa, Prime shipping is normal Prime membership. So some people buy Prime for the shipping because they buy a shit ton of stuff from Amazon. I almost never buy stuff from Amazon. I got it solely for the video. Yeah, and then my offspring, who do buy stuff off Amazon, they went, hey, you got Prime, don't you? Fuck yeah. Give me your account so I can order some stuff. So I get emails occasionally like, oh, your package X is being shipped. And I just go to my offspring, did you order this? And they went, oh, yeah. Okay. Just making sure it's not spam. Exactly, Safa. What's a goddamn office? Ooh, Megaleech, you've got the Expanse book on pre-order. Nice. If I ever get back into reading, I should read the Expanse books, honestly. Oh no, Shieldsy, your poor Queensland heart is freezing. Your metal roof's popping because it's so cold. Yeah. And you're an eBay Plus buying guy. Yeah. I was just trying to think. I was about to look something up and I distracted myself. Safi, you want to finish Man in the High Castle? I want to start Man in the High Castle. I haven't started watching it. There's so many. Yeah, listen to them on Audible. That's the thing, Mega Leech. That is literally the thing I was going to go. Do you know who reads the Expanse audiobooks? I'm just looking that up. Jefferson Mays. Is that who does it? Mays narrated the audiobooks for the Expanse novels and novellas. Fourth book was narrated by Eric Davies, as Mays was acting on Broadway. Okay, so nobody I know. The answer is who narrates the Expanse audiobooks. The answer is nobody I know. And you, okay, but you reckon he's good, Mega Leech. Okay, excellent. And Music Innovator, you've got the Expanse books on Audible. Yeah, where a couple of years ago, I was working in Footscray, which is the opposite side to the city to me, and I was driving there because that was by far the quickest. It'd take an hour and a half to go public transport, and it took about 45 minutes to drive there. And that's when I signed up with Audible, and I maxed it because you get one free book, and it's any book you want. And I got this Alan Moore book that's like the longest novel that's been published in 100 years. It was like 1,500 pages or something. The audio book was, I think it was at least 30 hours. It was some absurd number of hours. And so I maxed that out. That took ages. That took a month of driving to hear the whole thing. Oh, okay, that's interesting, Mega Leech. Mays redid book 4 because Davies was bad. Okay, so the interesting thing about this Alan Moore book I got that was so fucking long, it was all set around the town where Alan Moore grew up, and stuff happens over centuries, and there's all these interlocking things, and different chapters are in different styles, and people from different age periods end up interacting on the stuff. But he needed someone to do the reading who could do the proper regional dialect, the proper accents and whatnot. And the guy who did it, who I've never heard of, was very good, did all these voices and whatnot. Male and female. It was very good. So, but yeah, I really maxed out my... I only had Audible for a couple of months, and I really maxed it out by getting this thing that was like the longest audiobook ever. It was good. Okay, that's a confusing sentence to me, Safi. You want it to be 2023 so you can order pre-install. Oh, is that just when it's going to take that long for you to get high-speed internet? Oh no, Shieldsy, if it's lower than 19, it's too damn cold. I do remember there's a thing a few years ago where Darwin had their version of a cold snap where the maximum was only about 15 Celsius, and they fucking freaked out. They fucking lost it because the temperature like never gets that low in Darwin. Like it's the tropics. And when it got as low as 15, like the maximum was 15 Celsius, they fucking lost their minds. I remember ABC interviewing people and they were just losing it. They were all like, what the fuck? What the fuck? It's the end times. What's happening? So it's all relative. It's what you're used to. There was a really weird thing I saw this week. It was an American who had been in Australia and moved back, and they're being interviewed and goes, oh, there's a thing Sydney people won't admit, but it's real. And I was like, oh, is this going to be some dumb culture war bullshit? It's going to be some argument that's somehow going to be racist or homophobic or something. And it was like, no, their complaint was Sydney gets cold in May. and no one will admit it. And they thought that was a big deal. And it was like, okay, if you think Sydney in May is cold, you're fucking pathetic. I mean, I reckon Sydney gets some cold days in May. But if you think it's notable, like they were going on with some shit about, oh, like I lived in the northern part of the US and Sydney was worse. It's like, no, your brain has stopped working. Like, yeah, I think it gets cold occasionally in Sydney in May. Definitely in June, July, August, it will get cold. But comparing it to actual places with snow and shit, you just sound like an idiot. But yeah, it was really weird. I was expecting it to be this big culture war thing. And they were just complaining about the temperature. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what's wrong with you, but something's wrong with you. Oh yeah, definitely musical aviator. Sydney people, like your parents, will complain it's cold if it hits 14. Yeah. And I think that's what this person was saying. It was like, and it definitely, the minimums, particularly the overnight minimums in May, can easily get below 10 Celsius. And the days, like the maximum can be under 15 Celsius. That happens. But calling that really cold is fucking stupid. Yeah, Shirley, Cairns, the same. That's like Darwin. Cairns and Darwin are very similar. People don't expect to have a maximum of, in the middle of winter, they don't expect to have a maximum of less than mid-20s Celsius. So yeah, this one time Darwin had a day where the maximum was only 15 Celsius. They all lost their mind. Luke, you were behind. Oh, you might have accidentally hit pause or something, man. Or there might have been some lag here. It happens. Oh, is that why I have blue? I didn't know what that meant. Ooh, yeah, Safra, I bet, yeah, the humidity. Because I did actually have a 1-month holiday in Darwin once, and the humidity is pretty full on. Oh, yeah, music everybody. You've been to Cairns in September, and they were joking, oh, it's cold, because it was only 25 Celsius. It's like in Darwin, the only thing that varies is the humidity. The temperatures are freakishly stable all year. It's just the humidity goes from, 0 or very low in the dry to 100 in the wet. And just the humid people I know who live there, they were going like, yeah, like every 2 weeks, we have to take all our clothes and all our linens out of the cupboards and air them out. Because if you don't, they fucking grow mold. It's so humid. Stuff just grows mold. So you have to take everything out, all your clothes, all your linens, whatever, at least every couple of weeks and air them out or they'll grow mold, which is just fucked as far as I'm concerned. Megaly, you like 18 to 21? I like 21 to 25. Once it starts getting over 25, you start to really notice. It's like, okay, this is a bit warm. This is a bit warm. That's why spring's my favorite. Summer's too hot. The end of summer moving into autumn is good, but spring moving into summer, like mid-20s. I'm a big mid-20s fan. Once you get past 25, it's like, it's a bit warm. And then you have to fucking deal when it goes north of 30, which is just fucked as far as I'm concerned. Safi, you like 28, but not humid? Oh, fucking hell, Luke, you did, you're in Ararat for winter? Catching the train back to Adelaide was cold. I've done a train across the Blue Mountains in winter. And this was old Red Rattler trains where they weren't heated. And in fact, they weren't even sealed. All the windows just leaked air. That was something else. Going through the Blue Mountains overnight in the middle of winter was fucking cold. Yes, fish lives. Well, okay, the white people in Darwin say there's only 2 seasons, wet and dry. Very little temperature change, just humidity change. I did find out the First Nations people there actually have 6 seasons. And that's all about the approach of the storms and the storm setting in and then the storms going away. But yeah. Shields, you've done Brisbane to Cairns in winter. You departed with a jumper, but you're in shorts by the time you got to Cairns. That sounds right. That sounds absolutely right. All right. That Snosberry Fizz was enough to get me drunk. As I said, there's 3 or 4 standard drinks that I just drank in half an hour. So that I can feel it. Like, I'm not slurring, I'm not falling over, none of that shit, but definitely shouldn't drive a car at the moment. No. What was the old saying? Don't operate heavy machinery. I shouldn't operate heavy machinery. Ugh. So this for the recycling. Okay. And I think I will do my mojito video. Yeah, so I'll see if I can find what the 6 seasons in the Northern Territory are. Safa, if we can get a Snosberry Fizz happening, we'll do it. Go Northern Territory. Aborigines seasons. Original seasons. Yes, I found it straight away. 6 seasons. Excellent. So they're saying, yes, you're probably familiar with the 2 seasons, wet and dry. Traditional owners Kakadu recognize 6 different seasons. So they have monsoon season. If I tried to pronounce these names, I'd fuck it up. Monsoon season, Kajuk, and that's December to March. And then knock 'em down storm season, Bankarang. That's April. Yeke, which is cooler but still humid season. That's mid-May to mid-June. And then there's Wakang, which is cold weather season. That's June to August. And then Karang, which is hot, dry weather. That's August to October. And Kunamaleng, which is pre-monsoon storm season. And that's October to December. So, yeah, I think that, like Kunamaleng, I think that was a literal translation is storms coming. And then monsoon is storm season. Kujuak, and then monsoon builds December to March, and then April is where they expect the worst storms, Bankarang, knock 'em down season, and then it starts to cool down, but it's still humid, May to June, and then there's just June, August is this 1 month they call cold, and that averages 17 to 32 Celsius. I love the maximums rarely change. Monsoon, 34 maximum. Obviously, you do get higher temperatures, but this is an average. April, average maximum 34. May, June, average maximum 33. Cold, June to August, average maximum 32. Hot, average maximum 37. Pre-monsoon, average maximum 37. So you get the average maximum only varies 32 to 37 Celsius. And the average minimum, there's a bigger variance in the average minimum. The average minimum is 17 to 24. The only thing that changes is the humidity. So it's fucked. Fish, meant to be 6 seasons in Melbourne. Yeah, but we get them all in one day. Nobody, why get drunk if you're not going to drive? Oh, no. Half the fun of it. Which headlights are real? Which, my brother's joke was always, like, when I picked him up because I was sober and he was in a pub, and we'd be driving past the park and he goes, careful going down this road. In my experience, the trees spontaneously run out on the road in front of you. So it's like, oh, yes, after the people in Gippsland and the Dandenongs going 3-4 weeks without power, that is fucked. Ooh, nice. Sorry, I just missed some stuff. Fish Lives, fondest memory of Katoomba was being so close to a pair of gang cockatoos you could almost touch them. Yeah, wildlife is cool. I like wildlife. All right, I'm going to set up, because I've got these special mints to make mojitos. I'm going to make them. and I put some stuff in the dish. I put my shaker in the dishwasher. I'll just get it out. Ugh. I'm going to turn some lights on. Because then we'll have lights, camera, action. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Ah, come here. Get over here. Being sub-zero. Get over here. All right. Got my shakers and my strainers. And Mrs. Angry has warned me the Australian River Mint. I might do this now because I'm going to be standing up. Mrs. Angry has warned me the Australian River Mint is really strong and the taste lingers somewhat. So I'm going to do it with the regular mint first. I'll show you. It's in the fridge. It's just waiting for me. Where did it go? Here it is. Okay. So we have here a regular mint. I'm sure everyone's familiar with regular mint. See? But this, come on, buddy. This is Australian River Mint. So side by side, regular mint, Australian River Mint. Still got a minty smell, but there's almost that licorice aniseed smell as well. Yeah, and Mrs. Angry warned me that it's pretty strong and it stays with you. So I need to get everything ready. Mojito. White or gold, 1 to 3 year old rum. Do I want to do a rum agricole? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Just to give it a bit more character. I'm going to use Beanley rum from good old Queensland. And Three Rivers French plantation rum from Martinique. So that's a Caribbean rum agricole. Okay. That's really all I need. I need that, lime juice, sugar syrup, soda. I think I want neutral. I'm just going to make some soda water. One of my lockdown purchases was the new soda machine. It's a little ASMR that sounds like I'm urinating over here. Come on, here we go. Fill it up. Filtered water. All right. So, I'm just going to go over here to my party lights because the soda machine's over here. Got to sodify this. Nazgul screams. Yeah. There you go. That's enough Nazgul screams. Right. Sody water. So I've got rum. I've got sody water. I need a lime juice. I've got one here. Oh, I need my juicer. Where's my juicer? Oh yeah, my tall glasses. Some Collins glasses. And I'm going to use some of my clear ice in these as well. Right. Did I put the... Get another lime. I'm going to need another lime. Or two, possibly. I'll have two ready. Limes. All right. So, mint leaves. Rum, lime juice, sugar syrup, top with sody water. No, I'm sitting down again. Nose cam. Help, I'm stuck. Try to lift myself up. Okay. So, mojito. 2 shots, about 14 leaves. Right. So, okay, so I got my little Zoom audio recorder. I'll just switch on some lights that I haven't done. I would have been real pissed off if I forgot that. I will check that my camera is still framed up properly. And indeed it is. That's all good. We're all good. We're ready to go. And here we go. I should just really quickly look up the date for Mojito Day. There's a website called Drink Days where someone's just found all these things where people declared different days to be a particular drink day. Mai Tai, they're all happening. Mojito Day, 11th. 11th of July, Mojito Day. There we go. All right. Oh my God, everything's rolling. Okay. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well. Hope you're ready to celebrate yet another national day for a particular drink, because why not? It's always an excuse to do a classic. And July 11 has been declared by, who knows, as Mojito Day. And yes, that's because it's the Northern Hemisphere summer. It's a very summer drink. So I'm here in the Southern Hemisphere and it's the coldest part of the year. But you know what? I'll go a mojito because that will give me the illusion that I'm on a tropical beach somewhere. So I'm going to make a mojito. I know last year I did Mojito Day. I followed a method I saw on YouTube that there was a particular bar in Cuba that prepared the mojitos this way. And it involved stirring, like in a Collins glass or a mixing glass, really vigorously for a minute or two, mint leaves and sugar. And that was a very unique style. And it did produce a very nice mojito. Also gave me wrist cramps. I'm not doing that this year. I'm doing an easy way. People have lots of different ways of how you should do it. And some people it's all build in the glass, which is fine. You want to do build in the glass, that's fine. I'm going to do a method where I actually shake the mint leaves in the shaker with the drink components and ice to pulverize the mint leaves a bit and release those flavors. But you do it your way. There's a whole bunch of ways you can compare it. But what I thought I'd do this year, because Mrs. Angry got a hold of some Australian river mint, which is very interesting. Here it is. Look, okay, I've got Australian river mint and the mint we all know and love. This is the regular mint that most people would recognize. You can see the leaves are quite different on the Australian river mint, and also aroma-wise, besides being minty, if you crush them a bit, it releases this an almost sort of licorice aniseed flavor in there. So it's got a minty characteristic, but it's also quite different to traditional mint. So what I thought would be fun would be to make 2 mojitos, just because making 2 mojitos is fun, but also I'm going to make one with traditional mint and one with Australian river mint and compare the difference. Mrs. Angry has already warned me the river mint is pretty strong and it stays with you. So I'm going to taste test the standard mint one first, but I'm also going to make this one first because I'm just going to use the same shaker because I can't be bothered otherwise. But without further ado, let's go down to Mojito Town. Don't know why I said that. First thing, I'm just going to put some mint leaves in my mixing glass. Most guides say about 12 mint leaves, but of course, mint leaves are different size. So 12 mint leaves is a really imprecise measure. So adjust. If you have big mint leaves, use fewer. If you have small mint leaves, use more. Or if you really like mint flavor, use more. If you want to tone down the mint, use less. Adapt to circumstances is what I'm saying. But as a baseline, about 12 mint leaves. Now we want to add some white rum. Standard would be about 2 ounces of white or a light gold rum, not an aged rum. People normally say it should just be aged 1 to 3 years. It shouldn't be overpowering. It shouldn't be one of the really funky rums. I'm actually going to have a little bit of fun. I'm going to do 1.5 ounces of white rum. This is from the Beanley Distillery in Queensland. So 1.5 ounces, 45 mils of white rum. And just for fun, I'm going to add 1/2 ounce of this overproof rum agricole. The difference, rum's, the base is molasses. Rum agricole, the basis is the actual sugarcane juice. So it hasn't been reduced down to molasses. So rum agricole tends to have a bit of a grassier flavor than rum. And also, this is higher proof, 55% alcohol, about 110 proof. So I'm going with 1/2 ounce, 15 mils of rum agricole. And 1/2 shot of lime, 1/2 shot of sugar syrup. Okay. We also want to add 1/2 ounce or 15 mils of lime juice, fresh if you've got it. These limes are pretty juicy. Last time, 1/2 a lime gave me 15 mils. I'll see what happens here. But yeah, 1/2 ounce or 15 mils of lime juice going in. Typical, not quite. Oh yeah, there we go, 1/2 ounce. Made it. Yeah, in you go. The final touch is some sugar syrup, and it's very easy to make at home. This is a homemade one, just 50% sugar, 50% water. You can experiment with all sorts of different types of sugar and whatnot, and see which flavors you like. It's one of the fun things about making your own rather than buying it from a shop. But whether it's store-bought or one you made, we're just going to do 1/2 ounce, 15 mils of sugar syrup. Okay, I'm going to get do my ice cracking thing. Oh, fucking hell. Jesus, I just remembered something. Let me get this ice out. Want it to be tempered. Come on, you son of a bitch. All right. How much does this fill up here? Oh, shit. I'm just paranoid about breaking the glass, dropping in this big thing of ice. I should put it on its side. There we go. That was a bit better. All right, so that's chilling those glasses. That's pretty good. Okay. Now, ice for the shaker. Gotta break some ice. Gotta break some ice. Let's see how good my ice breaking goes. Starting off promising. You know what? That's fine. That much and a little bit of smaller ice, I think. That's everything that's going in the shaker. And again, like I said, some people will build it straight in a glass. Some people might be frowning at me now. I'm doing it in the shaker to pulverize the mint a little and get those flavors out. So ice in, put it together, bang it in hard, and give it a solid shake for 10-15 seconds. Go on, you bitch. I'm so bad at this. Come apart. Now, a lot of the time, people will fill their glass with crushed ice and top it. For a bit of fun, I've got some of my clear ice in here, a spear of clear ice. Put it in this Collins glass, and it's also going to get this now broken up crushed ice in here because I'm just going to do the dirty dump of what was in the shaker into my Collins glass. And the final touch will be to top that with a bit of soda. But first, I'm also going to make the Rivermint version. Okay, Australian Rivermint. Here we go. Here we go. Do 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 do. What am I realized what I'm just humming there? Sweet Caroline. Good old Neil Diamond. I think that's something my dad played when I grew up. Man, that again, the Australian Rivermint. Really strong aroma. Just I'm squeezing these leaves as I pull them off the plant. It's like less minty than normal mint, but there's a definite mint aroma in there. But it's just got a bunch of other stuff going on too. So, man, call me the Bush Tucker man. Okay, right, put that in. I can go. Macon. Yeah, okay. Making another cocktail. I won't bother doing this to camera. Just going to quickly make this 1.5 ounces of that. And we be done. 1/2 ounce of this. I'm dropping mint leaves down my chair. Well, then my butt will smell like mint. Better than smelling like farts. Okay. 1/2 ounce of this. That'll do. Where's the lid? Okay. Oh yeah, need more lime juice. Got to cut another lime. Do. Right, where's my jigger? Get 1/2 ounce of lime juice out of this. There we go, 1/2 ounce of lime juice. That's pretty good. And 1/2 ounce of sugar syrup. I've seen a jellyfish. That shit's crazy. All right, I'm going to break a big bit of ice. Again. Did fairly well last time. Let's see what I do this time. Oh, no, that went everywhere. Not as successful. There we go. Landed on my goddamn chair. I'll have a wet butt. And some smaller ice. And we gonna shake this. Dirty dust. I wonder if I have any straws. Straws in here. No. Not there are straws in here. God damn it. Where are the straws? They're here. Straws. Right. Where'd I put my soda water? There. Oh. Top with soda. Top with soda. I'm going to stir that a little bit. Nope, get off there. Get off there. Okay. Straws. Mint sprig. River mint sprig. I can't be bothered trying to take pictures of these, honestly. Suitably garnished with the regular mint and the Australian river mint. Here we have our mojitos. And now, of course, the all-important taste test. Oh, yeah, that's a mojito. It's, again, just something as simple as rum, sugar, and lime with the addition of mint. So great. But yeah, now with the Australian river mint, I just also want to smell. Obviously, this smells like the mint, we all know. And this one, yeah, it has its own characteristic, but does it change the taste of the drink? Straws. I don't normally drink with straws. I'm very bad with straws. Okay, I need another quick comparison. Yes, mojito. This is more herbal. The week you do herbaceous. This one, there's definitely more complexity here. If someone was expecting a standard mojito and they got this, they might not like it because it's not just the simple clear mint taste that you'd be used to with mojitos. It's still really good, and not least the good part of this is I've ended up with 2 mojitos to finish off now. So that's going to keep me happy for quite a while. Again, such a simple drink. White rum, lime juice, sugar syrup, shake with mint, top with soda, and you're done. And yeah, Australian river mint, a great substitution, a great experiment. And there's probably other native mints and other herbs around the world you could experiment with. So I'm a big believer, starting with a standard cocktail template, never be afraid to improvise. If there's a herbal element, what happens if you put a different herbal element in? Change the types of rums, change the types of modifiers. There's a lot of different types of limes in the world as well. So there's a lot of room for exploration. So never be afraid to try something new. I've tried something new with an Australian river mint mojito. I like it. It's given a different sort of character to the mojito. Not radically different, but noticeably different. And exploring new things, I'm all for it. And if you are, I hope you come back for some more. So if you're not already subscribed to the channel, it'd be great if you subscribed, hit the little notification bell so you know when I upload. Let me know your preferred mojito method. Were you offended by me just shaking everything? Because some people would be. But I think to each their own. Enjoy whether you're having a mojito or something else. I hope you're having a good time. I hope you're looking after yourself and taking the opportunity to look after others as well. I'm going to sign off again. Channel double fisting. I'll see you sometime soon, I hope. Until I do, cheers. Okay, I just got to switch things off. That's 20 minutes. 20 minutes of fucking around. All right, I'm going to put this ice pack in the freezer. Oh. Hopefully nothing decadent happened while I was away. Jesus. Okay. Mess. I have made such a mess. Fucking stove just started buzzing. I'm going to hit that button before I sit down. Ugh. So annoying. Okay. Man. And there's also a lot of liquid everywhere here from the ice. Okay. A little cloth I can soak it up with. I've got 2 mojitos. All right. Oops. I forgot. Okay. So Kirsten's been filling in people about rum. Does white rum taste the same as dark rum? No. White rum has a much lighter taste. So Kirsten, rums are going to be white rum going to huge 500-litre vats. Legal aging requirement, and then carbon filtered to remove the color entirely. It's called rum agricole. Liquid has not been aged at all. It's raw spirit. Yeah. Yeah. And that actually stands for like farmer's rum, basically. I think that basically translates as agricultural or farmer's rum. Even in Stella. Look, there's a lot to explore with rums. White rums basically tend to have a lighter taste than dark rums. And that's why the front and center in the mojito is meant to be the mint, not the rum. That's why you use a white rum. And Shieldsy will be happy. These are half water, topped up with soda water. So that's going to keep me on the straight and narrow. Except there's probably three standard drinks in each of these. 1.5 shots of normal rum and half a shot of overproof rum agricole. Oh yes, Kirsten. Of course, you've been learning about rum for reasons recently. I got a really good one over there. Some Australians did as an experiment, what Kirsten was saying about carbon filtering to remove the color. These people imported some Caribbean rums, filtered all the color out of it, and then they did these macerations, so basically an infusion with coconut and I think some other Australian natives and whatnot, and just made this to fucking die for coconut rum. That's really good. And they sold it really well. The way they described it, when I read the description, it's like, oh, nice, Kirsten, for a next year reason. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I'm liking diversification. But yeah, if I get through these and I'm still conscious and able to speak, I'm going to make one more drink, and it's going to be with the rye whiskey that I just got from the gospel. But that's, I don't know, that's going to be like an hour off. I'm just going to sit here and chat for an hour because I've got 2 fucking mojitos to drink. Oh no, Stella, applying to work at the local BWS, but no staff discount. No. Oh, you mean, yeah, okay, you didn't get the job. You would have had a staff discount if you got the job. Nice. Nobody, you heading off, got to be up early. Thanks for dropping in, Matt. Yes. Kirsten's at the largest multi-spirit distillery in the Southern Hemisphere. I've seen the photos. The stills in that place are fucking enormous. They are so big. Oh, and I don't know if you were here earlier, Kirsten. I actually went and visited Patient Wolf today. Got their Blackthorn. I started this live stream with a Snoresberry Fizz. Specifically went out to Patient Wolf because they're only up the road from me to get their Blackthorn so I could have a Snoresberry Fizz. Man's got to do what a man's got to do. There's the thing. Mojito doesn't really taste that boozy because it's used white rums and you got the lime and the soda and whatnot. The strongest flavor in this is lime, and there's only half an ounce, like 15 mils of lime, and you get the aroma of the mint. Barely taste the rum. As I said, even though between them, these are actually no. Each one of these is probably 3 standard drinks. Urgh. Okay. Yes. Wasn't a proper sit down visit because I literally just went in to buy the gin. And the person who helped us was as wonderful as everyone else who works there. But yeah, Mrs. Angry's seen it now and said, like, we can come here one time, sit down and have a drink. It's they're good people, so we can do that another time. But I did get to go in and pick up the Blackthorn. I was surprised when I checked that but I knew this because we saw that when I was there before, but I'd forgotten. It's 37% alcohol, whereas that style of slow gin's often about 27. That's right. When you were there with husband, was with us when we visited Patient Wolf. Yes. Yeah. And we got that whole demo from Blake on how the distillery works. I'd actually love to do that as a video for my YouTube channel at one point, just to have that whole explanation of how the gin's actually made, and then maybe 1 or 2 cocktails for the channel as well. Luke, I'll be a little bit drunk tonight. Yes. Yes, Luke, this is water. This is 50% water. This is 50% soda water. So it's going to take me a while to get through these. Okay, it's only 9:20. I've been on an hour and 20. Oh, husband. Oh, that's what you meant. Husband visited your distillery. Oh, now I get what you're saying. Yes. Because, okay, yeah, we visited Nettie and Abigail, Kirsten's husband, and I visited the Patient Wolf distillery, which is a really small one. And then we went to Starwood, which is bigger, which is actually much bigger than Patient Wolf. But yes, and then Kirsten's gone on to work at Archie Rose, which is fucking huge. They're just like, those stills are like 3 stories? They're fucking huge. Kirsten showed me pictures of human people standing next to them, and it's like the stills are this big, and there's humans standing next to them who are this big. It was amazing. Humans and engineering, the stuff we do just to get drunk, is pretty impressive. Okay, so Kirsten, you think Patient Wolf's big for a gin distillery? Well, what are the ones I visited? I visited Patient Wolf, Anther, and I kind of felt like Anther and Patient Wolf were about the same size. You know better than me, Kirsten, but I thought they were about the same size. Starwood, which is a whiskey distillery, is noticeably bigger. And and Kirsten, and then we get Archie Rose, where the stills are almost 4 stories tall. They're fucking huge. They're mind-blowing huge. Oh, that was the other thing. The folk at Patient Wolf told me they're getting a big still soon. I think it's like 4 times bigger than the one they've got, which they're really looking forward to, because of course then their capacity for production goes through the roof. They can produce so much more product with a much bigger still. So they're really looking forward to that. I also visited the what was it called on the Bellarine? Might have been just be called the Bellarine Distillery, the whiskery. But I didn't actually get a tour of the distillery. I was just in their bar, so I don't know how big their distillery is. But yeah. Luke, did I see changes to JobSeeker the government wants to do? No, I didn't. But knowing this government, the changes will be fucked. Yeah, so yes, you're saying Patient Wolf and Anther both have 1,000-liter stills. Yeah, they were saying it was like a 4,000-liter still they were going to get. So just huge compared to the one they've got, which would make production go through the roof. It's good on them. Here's me supporting local business. Yeah. So I supported 2 Melbourne businesses this week. Got rye whiskey from the Gospel, who are in Brunswick, I think, and got Blackthorn Gin from Patient Wolf, who are just over in South Melbourne. So that's me. I'm patriotic. I'm supporting local business. Yeah. Also bought some things from the Bitters Lab this week, but they don't make them, so they don't make all them. They've just got the margin on the reselling. So the big gin still at Archie's 3,000 litres. Oh, man. Maybe I was wrong about the 4,000 litres. I don't know, but they said the big one they're getting is like much, much bigger than the ones they have. So it'll really boost their production capacity, which is cool. And that's the other funny thing is, you think, oh, it's just people who make booze. Are they just big pissheads who want to make booze? You get people who are like, they're molecular biologists. People who've got like hardcore science degrees, and they're just applying their science knowledge to making booze, which I think is fucking awesome. Safa, did I ever support Dubbo local businesses? Don't know that there was any manufacturing in Dubbo. Oh, okay. Kirsten, okay, you did hear they were getting 4,000 litres. There you go. Don't know where they'll store their ethanol. Jesus, that much ethanol. 4,000. Because ethanol's explosive. Yeah, so 4,000 litres of ethanol. Jesus. Yeah, I don't know what they do with that either. The logistics, my God. Because logistics is your forte, isn't it, Kirsten? Luke, you're saying it's more work for the dole. Work for the dole is fucking bullshit. It's ideology over reality. It's meaningless. It's exploitation. It's cruel. If there were genuine sort of, hey, okay, here's a thing where you can get genuine skills and genuine experience that you otherwise wouldn't get, because these people, they can't afford to hire someone because it's quite they're a growing business and it's quite expensive to pay someone. But if you do 1 to 3 months as essentially an unpaid internship for work for the dole, but is actually getting you genuine experience that's of real value to you, that's one thing. But it's not. You end up this work for the dole fucking horse shit. You end up you're like literally stacking shelves at Coles or Woolworths. Now that's a real job. Stacking shelves, working in those things, that's a real job. But it shouldn't be a work for the dole job. It should be a work job. Hey, we should employ a person to do this. But work for the dole should literally only be to get experience you otherwise could not get. The idea of actually just putting you in some shithouse menial job is fucked. Oh my God, Kirsten, you can't wear smartwatches or have mobiles in the distillery because of the explosives. They're worried about electrical devices igniting alcohol fumes. God damn. And the distillers have to wear only cotton, including underwear, because of sparks. Oh my God. All that volatile alcohol is because, when the ethanol, when it's like 90+%, that just fucking vaporizes at room temperature. So you're going to have a lot of explosive vapor. So, oh God, ventilation, so important. Jesus. So, oh God, dude, you're being generous. Would 4,000 liters of booze last me a year or more? It would last me a year or more. 4,000 liters lasting a year. That literally means, when you think about it, brother, 365 days a year. If I drank a liter of booze a day, A, I would be dead. B, I would only drink 365 liters of booze in a year. So yes, 4,000 liters is a lifetime, literally, because you die while drinking it. But I love your spirit, mate. Could I last for a year or more on 4,000 liters? Yes, I could. Yes, I really could. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Okay, I drink the most on Fridays and Saturdays when I'm making videos. So, okay, so an average drink has between 60 and 90 mils of alcohol. Let's be really generous and say 100 mils. If I drink 5 cocktails on a Friday or a Saturday night that had that much alcohol in it, half a liter, I'm fucked after that. So other nights I only drink about 100 mils, and I don't drink every night of the week. So if I actually pushed it up, like how much alcohol I drink during the week, and I pushed it up like to an excessive amount, I don't really drink this much. But so 500 in a week where I drank a lot of alcohol, and I mean a fucking lot. 500 a liter. It's like a lot, and I mean, and this is a fuck ton of alcohol in a week would be about 1.5 liters in a week, which means if I drink that consistently, I'm drinking between 50 and 75 liters of alcohol a year, which is a lot. I don't actually drink that much. But that's if I just fucking hit the booze constantly, somewhere between 50 and 75 liters a year. That's a lot. Oh, yeah, Kirsten, yeah, with the level of ventilation you have, you're basically outside. Yeah. Again, people don't appreciate all the shit you have to do, the logistics for making booze. There are so many things that need to be taken into account. And that's the thing, but the people, head distillers are fucking scientists. And it's also, what I love is it's somewhere between science and alchemy. So it's this fascinating mix of science and art. Like, you need to know the science of distilling. There is hard science um, about both distilling and brewing. There is very serious science you need to understand. Um, there's also engineering, there's logistics, there's whatnot. So the whole thing is this amazing mix of science and art. And it's basically Kirsten who's got me obsessed about this. Prior to these live streams and the regular interactions, and Kirsten getting me to buy all Australian booze and whatnot, I was just like, yeah, I'm just going to get pissed, man. I'm not going to think too much about it. But I've been thinking more about it for the last, what are we up to? About 15 months of fucking serious COVID shit. And I've been thinking much more about the science, the art, the logistics, the business, the culture of distilling and cocktail mixology. But yes, Luke, drinking too much is super bad for your health. But I was going like, if I went to an extreme, if I like hit the booze really hard every week over the course of a year, I would drink somewhere between 50 and 75 liters of booze. And I don't actually drink that much. But on a given week, like if I just went fucking hell for leather on both a Friday and Saturday night, I might drink 500 mils of alcohol both those nights. So that's a liter on those 2 nights. But the rest of the week is much. And I don't always drink that on a Friday and Saturday night. But yeah. Yeah. But and because I tracked my alcohol consumption last year, and it wasn't as bad as I feared. So it's good. That's a good one, Kirsten. Someone asked you if you ever wanted to be a distiller, and you're like, look at me. I'm spreadsheets, not shoveling. Yeah, and that's the other thing. There's a physical element to being a distiller as well. So it's friggin' it's awesome. But and again, it needs everyone. If you want to have a decent operation, it's people like Kirsten who do logistics and making stuff happen for you. It's such a mix of things, and it employs so many people. Like I said, it's science, it's art, it's engineering, it's logistics, it's management, it's people stuff. It's everything. It's weird how into the whole thing of distilling I've gotten in the last 15 months, but yeah, so I also think a big part of getting sort of obsessed about weird stuff is the live stream that happened last year. Kirsten and I watched a lot of Henry, the brand ambassador for Applewood Distillery, did a lot of live streams in lockdown with different distillers and different bar people, and just really getting into arcane shit about spirits and cocktail making. It's pretty wild. Greg, good evening, sir. Good evening. Love that definition, Kirsten. 60% of distilling is squeegee and shovels. Very physical. Very physical. It's like science, art, and physical labor. That all makes sense. So, distilling. And I love it because you've got brewing, like beer. You've got winemaking, which is its own thing, and then you've got distilling, which is its own thing, and it's quite fascinating, all the different things people take into account. Like, if you're going to get into winemaking, it takes years to grow vines that will make decent wine. Like, it's such an investment of time and money. Yeah, it's all sorts of crazy stuff. Justin, hello. Good evening. And yeah, people just, dedicate themselves to doing this stuff and exploring stuff. And I find it Fascinating. Mrs. Angry is just over there trying to like put some ice cream in a plate, and my shit's everywhere because and it's like, sorry, I just like took over the kitchen and there's shit everywhere. By the way, I did make the mint and river mint one. It's not, the river mint is not that overpowering. You could kind of notice it's much more herbal than just plain mint. So it's like, yes, good old mojito. And this one, there's more going on in the river mint one. I don't want Kirsten to inflict punishment shots on me, but the river mint one is more herbaceous. There was a running joke. We were watching this other live stream with, if the guy said anything really wanky, they had to do a shot as punishment. And herbaceous was a wank word. It's like, no, stop being a wanker. But yes, the Australian river mint has a lot more going on than traditional mint. Oh, nice. Justin doing a vodka mud shake. That's just, I'm going to fuck myself up drink. I love it. It's good. Stella, you had to go off for a few ticks, catching up, should get into distilling. Practical. Yes, you're a scientist. Yes. Use your science without having to deal with mining fuckwits. I'll be an investor in your distilling thing, Stella. It's just like, use your science for good, not evil. Although it's kind of questionable if distilling is good or evil. But anyway, Laura, hello. Good evening, or good morning in your case, I should say. Nice to see you. Yeah, it's a funny old world. Kirsten, you think punishment shots made? Yeah, I actually do think you made Henry work more at describing, to not use the default wanky words, or else he had punishment shots. But yeah, I think Mrs. Angry, is that mint choc chip or just choc chip?
Cookies and cream.
Cookies and cream. Oh my God. See, I'm not even hungry, but I just put in, there's some ice cream treats in my freezer too, and I don't need them. I'm not going to eat them. The sort of thing where you think you might do it. Yeah. Justin, what are you going to do when you're stuck at home with a cold? Dude, I'm with you 100%, man. Yeah, Stella, distilling's good, not evil. But Kirsten, that's interesting. We say we need more distillers and ladies distillers. It is really interesting. I keep seeing on the websites of various distillers and whatnot, their head distiller, a reasonable number of head distillers are women. And I fucking love that they're scientists. It's like, yeah, I got a science degree. I could go into research. But then I worked out I can apply all my scientific knowledge to distilling. So fuck it, man. I'm just making booze. Okay, like, my peeps, I swear to God, if I ever win lotto, what we are all doing with Stella, your science knowledge, Kirsten, your business knowledge, whatnot, we are getting together and forming a goddamn distillery. We are going to fucking do it. I just have to buy a lotto ticket because I won't win lotto unless I buy a lotto ticket. So, okay, step 1, buy lotto ticket. Step 2, win lotto. Step 3, distillery. But I am not even joking. I would abso-fucking-lutely do that. Oh yeah, no, Kirsten. Of course there are wankers in distilling. There are wankers in everything. But yes, I trust your judgment on the fact there are. Oh, nice, Stella. You've got a ticket for tonight's draw. Same deal. Okay, Stella. We have now sworn a blood pact. Whether you like it or not, Stella. If you win, we're all going in together and starting a distillery. I will work for you. If I win a lotto thing, I'll bring in you and Kirsten and anyone else who wants to be in the distillery. So it's a blood pact. If you win lotto, we're starting a distillery. So, man, I'm almost finished one of the mojitos. Shit. Oh, what's that, Kirsten? A chemical supplier called you a good girl. Greg, you're in, brother. You work in the booze industry. If you want in, man, you're in. You are in the consortium. Okay. Anyone who wants in on the consortium is in on the consortium. That would just be fucking fun, because I look at boring rich people doing their boring shit. Like, no, man, if I got a fuck ton of money, we're going to do something. I'm going to get a bunch of my friends in and we're going to fucking do some stuff. Sorry, Kirsten, you got me. The chemical suppliers seemed genuinely surprised when you decided not to spend money with him because he's a sort of fuckhead who called you a good girl. Jesus Christ, you're a fucking professional. Oh, yes, Greg, angry booze, definitely. We'll workshop the names. But yeah, we'll just do it on a whim, man. It's just like, because most people who do distilleries start with gin because you can produce gin straight away. But then we work up to stuff like rum and whiskey. And hell, if someone wants to experiment with agave spirits, we'll do that. If someone wants to experiment with liqueurs, we'll fucking do that. The consortium will do whatever the consortium wants, is what I'm saying. So, okay, one mojito down. Yes, Laura, the angry alcohol distillery. Luke, step 3 was my middle finger. Yeah, because you can't have it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now the river mint. Man, there is a lot. It's mostly water. It's half water, so it's healthy. I've got to crush the river mint to get the aroma coming out. I just almost made myself sneeze. I put a leaf straight up my nose. Man, that's amazing. Like I said, I irritated my nose. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay, Greg, you're on systems and admin side? Yeah, okay. Oh, yes, Stella, mead. Yes, mead with bush honey. Fuck yes. Fuck yes. I want to make mead out of those honey ants, like cultivate a bunch of that. And again, I would like to work with traditional landowners and say, what is there here that we can cultivate and make something of? And don't want to like exploit something and fuck up the ecosystem. Like, do really small runs of stuff, like a really small run of mead made from honey ants. It'd be fucking great. See, Greg, systems admin, we got everyone. People who just know what to do and shit. Yes, Kirsten, good call. Angry alcohol might not get past labeling standards authority. We'll workshop the names. We don't have to bring angry into it. Although I've seen, I think, beers with angry in the title, but we'll see. No, we'll come up with something. The consortium. Oh, it should be atypical alcohol. Wasn't that what we were saying one night? It wasn't when everyone was together and think it wasn't the angry bunch. It was the atypical bunch, the divergent, either atypical or divergent alcohol. I think would be atypical or either the atypical distillery or the divergent distillery. Nice, Stelly. Got gardening knowledge for botanicals for the gin. Leave the rest up to me and Kirsten. Nice. Not a gin drinker. Oh, yes, definitely. The whole thing with botanicals, we want to know the flavors that they bring. What are the scents? What is there that we could cultivate? What is there that we could do? Be like Archie Rose. Have a fucking beehives on top of the distillery. So I think we can workshop it, but it'd be somewhere, we want to call it either atypical or divergent. The distillery, either the atypical distillery or the divergent distillery. That I like the alliteration of divergent distillery, but we can workshop it. I'm just saying. I'm already making plans. Got to remember to buy a lotto ticket to raise my chances of winning lotto from absolutely zero to just marginally above zero. Ah, nice. Because one of the gin distilleries on the peninsula has a gin called Angry Ant Gin, which I saw. It was just in the Coles distillery. So not Coles distillery, Coles bottle shop today. I was in the supermarket. They had the Green Ant gin. They had a couple of Australian gins, and they had there are a couple of gins made in Australia that have ants in them. Nice, Stella. Got the honey ants out there. Hook us up with the traditional owners. Nice. Divergent. I like Divergent Distillery because I like alliterate. I always like alliteration. And there's so much you can read into the name Divergent Distillery. I'm pretty much sold on that now. The consortium will work together at the Divergent Distillery. And we can do whatever we want. Nice. I like to have a plan. If I ever end up rich, I don't want to be a boring rich person who doesn't do anything. I want to do stuff with friends and have fun and create. And again, if you use traditional and native ingredients, there can be an education aspect as well. So no, I see. This is great. See, if there was a God, God would look down and say, "Angry, that's an excellent idea. It's wholesome. It's wonderful. I love it. I shall now anoint you to win the lotto." Oh, nice. Kirsten, Green Ant Gin's been sold back to traditional owners. One of the football guys has a major role. That's excellent. That is absolutely excellent. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Yeah, so good. Man, this one with the Australian River Mint is really interesting. I'm really digging it, actually. It's actually probably more interesting than the mojito that was just made with the traditional mint. So, Kirsten, you're going on a buying trip to visit traditional owners for your big supplies. Nice. Nice. I mean, there's so much to be learned about what exists, what is just out there that is not just edible, but is flavorful and unique and is its own thing. I do love just the number of Australian distillers who are in touch with traditional owners and are learning about Australian native botanicals and fruit and other ingredients that they're incorporating. And the sustainability that seems to be so important to so many of the Australian distillers. Love to see it. It's excellent stuff. It's absolutely excellent stuff. So, yeah, I'd love to increase the education side of it because I think that would be another thing the Divergent Distillery would do. So we do it. Yes, Luke, God's son turned water into wine. So it's a holy thing. What's that one, Kirsten? You found a small family business you can get some fun stuff from. Nice. And they can expand. Win fucking win. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. This is the thing. It's just... and Kirsten's opened my eyes to this in the last year. If you did something like distilling, you create so many jobs for people. You get to do interesting stuff. You can have fun. It's a fucking awesome concept. So if you want a huge Powerball, you'd buy land, declare yourself an independent kingdom. Nice. Get around some laws. I'll be on that. I'll join your militia, Stella. Honestly, if you're an independent nation, I'll be in your militia. Yes, Kirsten, spirits education, so important. I was half serious when we were talking a while back about forming a political party and calling it the cocktail party. And then I looked at how difficult it was to form a political party, and I was like, oh no, fuck that. That's too much work. It seems super easy to get elected to the Senate, but setting up a political party seems like a major fucking pain in the ass. So I don't want to do that. I would just rather win lotto and start a distillery. So yeah, because if only 1% of spirits consumed in Australia is made in Australia, we need to change that. We need to educate people. We need to educate the government about the people who get employed. Officially over 400 distilleries in Australia, which is amazing. There's so much scope to do something with that. I would love to be working on an initiative to raise the profile of the Australian distilleries, educate the public and the government about why they're important, and the quality. It's so funny. Like other like people on Steve the Bartender's cocktail crew on Facebook, or even just the other YouTube channels that make cocktails, they keep like with gins and stuff, they're doing like Gordon's and these big name brands, and it's like, fuck no, everything I buy is local. Everything's local. Noog, hello brother, how are you? Laura, I think, although I'm not sure, that idea of people drinking beer or alcohol because it's purer than water, I think that's been debunked. I know that was a common knowledge thing. That was a thing I thought was real as well. But I've read some things recently that I think have debunked that. It's not actually real. But yeah. Nice. Yes. Stella, a rum ration for the militia. Yes. Yes. We will be the rum corps, like the olden days when there was a fucking insurrection in New South Wales. But yes, we will be a rum corps in the militia, definitely. I think I'd make a good general. I'm just throwing it out there. Never been in the military or anything, but I think I'd be a good general in a rum corps militia. Nug, every time you hear the name Gordon's, you remember the time you ran out of it while working behind a bar. Oh no, stressful. That's stressful. Yeah. No, I just with gins, I just buy local. I don't buy any big brands of gin anymore. Whiskey is mostly local with some international brands. Rum is a lot of stuff from the Caribbean and South America and some Australian rums. What else? Okay, obviously tequila can only be from Mexico. There are some Australians making agave-based spirits. I haven't tried them. I'm not big on tequila. Yes, Kirsten, it's all you. It is literally all you. Prior to talking to you, all the booze I had was international brands. And with your education, gin in particular, I don't buy any international brands now. I only have a couple of international whiskies. Rum's different because there's a couple of Australian rums, and I do have a couple of Australian rums, but I have a bunch of Caribbean and South American rums as well. Vodka, I don't even know. I don't have any vodka. Vodka, I don't give a shit about. And liqueurs, about half my liqueurs are Australian and half are international. So yeah. Yes, no, people in the UK love their gin. Absolutely. And yes, Stella, I agree. The militia won't declare war on emus. That's a losing cause. We don't want to do that. Nug, apparently now in the UK, and I think somewhat in other parts of Europe as well, but particularly in the UK, like half of all cocktails ordered are porn star martinis. Because I know a couple of people who work bars in the UK, and they just go, I just have to make porn star martinis all fucking night. Americans tell me like, yeah, They're popular, but I don't have to make that many of them. But in the UK, the bar staff are just like, no, I spend my entire fucking night making porn star martinis. And I know they're popular in Australia too, but again, nothing on the scale of what I've been told happens in the UK. So, fashion, what are you going to do? I was intending to make another cocktail video tonight, um, a rye whiskey based one. I don't know that I'm going to. Ooh, nice, Kirsten. Something fun coming up in September in the vodka space. Well, if someone can make the vodka space fun, I am all for it. So again, look, because although she's not here, Abigail likes just drinking vodka, and yes, there are some good drinking vodkas, and that's the big brands, things like Smirnoff and whatnot. They are not good drinking vodkas. You can mix them certainly, but like I've got there's one of them just here. The little things of Crystal Head. Crystal Head is a good drinking vodka. There's a few good drinking vodkas, but yeah, Laura, you've never actually drunk gin. That's interesting for an English person. But again, there are so many different gins. As is, Kirsten was saying, there's 4,000 distilleries in Australia alone. And yeah, under the name gin, around the world, you will get thousands of really noticeably different beverages that are all called gin. No Gilmore cider, rum, and brandy. I have to admit, brandy was the big surprise for me. Like prior to getting into cocktails, I had no idea I was into brandy. And then one night I was out and I was just trying things on the menu, and there was a sidecar, which is your classic brandy cocktail. And I thought, I don't know, that sounds interesting. I'm going to try that. And I fucking loved it. And suddenly I realized I like brandy. I never knew I liked brandy. But yeah, I've certainly, in the last 2 years, got much more into brandy and rum. But last year in particular, I have really developed my gin and whiskey palate to an extent I wouldn't have thought even 2-3 years ago. But I'm still not big on tequila. I mean, I have tequila and I like tequila drinks, but I'm not. I have one tequila over there. I have one tequila and one mezcal. I'm I'm not into and I have a dozen gins, I have a dozen whiskeys, I have a dozen rums, I have 3 or 4 brandies at least, but I have one tequila and one mezcal. Whereas some people, that's their thing. Kirsten, you didn't drink gin until you tried Australian gin. Yes. And now you've got 140 bottles of it. I've got like 12. But yeah. Laura, as you said yesterday, barely tried alcohol. No, that's fine. Rosé, wine, Merlot, cider, pina colada. That's fine. Again, I never push people. And in fact, if you ever want to not be my friend, fucking push someone to drink an alcohol they don't want to drink. That makes me fucking angry. I fucking hate it when people try to coerce someone into drinking either alcohol in general or a particular sort of alcohol they don't want to drink. No, let people do what they want, and if they don't want to do it, leave them the fuck alone. Trying to coerce, peer pressure people into drinking particular things shits me up the fucking wall. I really don't like it. So yeah, whatever your own thing is, let's go for it. If you're a teetotaler, I'm 100% on your side, because I was for a long time. All through my 20s and most of my 30s, I wouldn't drink alcohol at all. And it's like I was in my 40s, I became a teenager. I started to drink alcohol in my 40s. And in my 50s, I've seriously gotten into it. So maybe that's why I don't get hangovers, because my body hasn't been punished for years. So sometimes after particularly a big Friday night on a stream, I might feel a bit on the Saturday, but it's not a hangover. I don't have headaches. I don't think I'm dying. But and maybe that's because, for 40 years I didn't drink alcohol. I don't know. Noog, you like the Spock tie? Nice. Yes, Kirsten, I'm with you. If you don't drink, that's cool. If you do, drink local. And that's what I try and say on the YouTube thing. And because I say, okay, I'm using this particular thing. It's Australian spirit. If you're outside of Australia, you can't get this. But wherever you are in the world, there is probably a really interesting local distillery. Check them out. Laura, the pina coladas you had were nice, but they were only about 30% of the drink, 70% ice. Frothy version. Yeah, well, there's a fucking spectrum of stuff that qualifies as a pina colada as well. Speaking of drink days, Pina Colada Day, 10th of July. That's in a couple of weeks. For Pina, and again, a Mexican internet friend told me you're not being a wanker if you say Pina Colada, because that's how you're meant to say it. There's that little accent over the N. It's Pina. It's not Pina. It's Pina. Pina Colada. So for Pina Colada Day, I am definitely going to do a milk clarified Pina Colada, because that is one of my all-time favorite milk. And also because I clarify it with coconut milk. It's like, fuck yeah. Yeah, no, yeah. If you're a beer or cider drinker, there's probably local brewers near you. If you're a wine drinker, there is going to be a local winery near you. If you're a spirit drinker, there is going to be a local distiller near you. Fucking buy local. It's great. Luke, when my kids will move out, will I have an alcohol room? Definitely. I mean, we'll downsize. When they finish uni, because all of the offspring are at uni now, 3 of them are all at uni. When they finish uni, they'll be grown-ups, they'll move out and shit, and that's cool. And then Mrs. Angry and I will downsize and work it out. Stella, you never had hangover till 30. You should think it was just people being dramatic. Yeah. I mean, there have been days in the past where I've been seedy, because probably in my life, I've only been drunk enough to throw up like 6 times, where it's just like, you're crashing and man, this is fucked. Because joking aside, like again, on Friday nights and on Saturday nights when I'm on stream, I'll have a few drinks. I'm definitely drunk, but not usually blackout. It's kind of funny. There's what do I call it? A Discord that I'm on with some of the other YouTube cocktail channels, which is fun. Get to hang out, get to chat, talk about things, and sometimes hang out on video on the Discord and chat and whatnot. And there have been times where guys have, while chatting to each other, and they just keep mixing drinks and keep drinking them. And there's one dude who fucking passed out on the stream, which was, and he's just like, and head down on the desk, and he was gone. And we're all just pissing ourselves laughing. It's like, oh no, he's gone. He's absolutely gone. He's fucked. And we were laughing and joking and talking about him for about half an hour till he semi-regained consciousness. And we're going, dude, go to bed. Go to bed. Can you hear me? Go to bed, dude. Go to bed. I've done that like a tiny number of times in my life, like 3 times. People who used to hang out on the blog TV streams, there was one notoriously, and this was, I don't know, it was like 10 years ago. I woke up in the morning and I just woke up and went, the fuck happened last night? I don't remember going to bed. And this was Mrs. Angry was away for the weekend on a work training thing. So I went, yeah, getting fucked up because I'm by myself. And I went, oh, what happened? And I woke up and I sort of went into the bathroom and the medicine cabinet was all fucked up because clear at least before I went to bed, I went, okay, I should take some headache tablets before I go to bed. So I thought, okay, I was together enough to do that, but I also fucked up the whole medicine cabinet by doing it. And I had no idea what happened. So I had to sheepishly go on to social media and say, hey, anyone who was on the stream last night, what happened? Because I don't remember how it ended. And people were telling me, they were just laughing. They were just like, oh yeah, because you were watching movies and commenting on them. And it got to the point where you kind of stopped talking and you were just staring vacantly. You were still drinking, you were just staring vacantly. And after about 15 minutes of silence, because I was on a laptop, you just went, oh, the fuck, I go to bed. And I just shut the laptop. And I didn't remember that. That's how fucked I was. But yeah. So, Kirsty, oh yeah, if you support local people, spend money locally, parry your dollar is tenfold. Yes. And if you support the multinationals, they just told it. If you support local, people are getting jobs. The money is circulating in the local economy. It's so powerful. Yeah. So Laura, Scrumpy. You got, oh my God, Scrumpy from a farm in Somerset. That is the fucking ultimate in the UK. Somerset is the oldest cider fucking territory in the world. So getting Scrumpy, which is fucked up, unrefined cider from a farmer, getting Scrumpy from a farm in Somerset is the fucking ultimate. Had bits floating in it, so strong, half pint, or you'll end up with me. You know, some of the Scrumpy you get, and it's fetid, like it's this fucking fermented apple juice, and it's a real acquired taste because it can smell like garbage. But the alcohol content can be so fucking high. Because normally, if you get a cider in a pub, it's going to be somewhere between 3 and 5% alcohol. You get a Scrumpy from a farmer, who the fuck knows? It might be 15%, which is just going to fuck you up. Where I was, Mrs. Angry's mum was, when I visited, was living in a little town, not all that far from Bath. There's this tiny little village called Cullen. And there was another village overlooking it. And I forget what it was, but on this hillside, there was this pub that'd been there for God knows how many hundred years. And there were some underground cellars. I think they used to, in olden days, have heaps of illegal shit. But they had a cider on tap called Black Rat, which I think was 10%. It was really good, but you don't want to drink a lot of it. And in fact, I found the fucking farm that made Black Rat, and they had these huge vats. You could just buy this 2-liter plastic container and go up to one of these big vats with the fucking cider they were making and just pull a tap and just fill up your 2-liter. I think there was even a 3-liter plastic bottle where you just fill it up and they'd whack this sticker on it, Black Rat cider. And it's beastly. It was very good, but it was quite strong. You've got to be a bit careful when you get it straight from the farm, from the Cotswolds. And Somerset is the absolute classic cider country in England. It's like fucking wild. Luke, was the live going on? No, how Blog TV worked, when I shut the laptop, that cut off the stream. I actually don't know with StreamYard. There's a button I meant to click to end the broadcast. I don't know if I just shut the laptop, if the stream would technically still exist, but it would just be to a black screen, so the chat would all still be live. I don't know how StreamYard works, if shutting the laptop would shut it off or not. But that's what happened with Blog TV. And as I said, it was a bit embarrassing to have to go to people like, hey, how y'all doing? I do not remember what happened last night. And they had to tell me, yeah. Stella, you started drinking with 2 Irishmen, one of whom was your manager. They kept feeding you drinks, needless to say, blowing numbers in the morning, so to sleep before going to work. Yeah. Probably there has been a few mornings when I've woken up and I've still definitely been over the legal limit in the morning. Whereas, like, I've woken up and Mrs. Angry's actually said, "You fucking reek of alcohol. You are clearly still drunk." Like, I've chucked a sickie once. I wasn't hungover because I was still fucking drunk. I just woke up in the morning and I was like, work day, and I was like, "Oh," Mrs. Angry's like, "You reek of alcohol." And I'm like, "Yeah, I kind of feel fucked." And I'm like, and she's going, you're still drunk, right?" I went, "I shouldn't go to work. I should not go to work." So I called in sick. I didn't say I'm calling in drunk, but that's what it was. It was like I kind of felt I wasn't hungover. I could go in, but it's like, don't go to work. Do not go to work drunk, reeking of alcohol. That's bad. It is very bad. Yep, Stella, that's good advice. Don't drink with Irishmen if you have to work in the morning. And I love it. Your boss acknowledged it was his fault and apologized. That's it. And also Russians, Irishmen, and Russians. You reckon you were only 0.01, but you have to be absolute zero to work on mine sites, which is good. I reckon this one time I'm thinking of, I reckon when I woke up, because again, the legal limit for driving is 0.05. I reckon I was 0.1. I reckon I was double the legal limit when I fucking woke up. I was, oof. That was once I can remember that happening. So yeah. Safa, what's happening, brother? Oh, where is 10:15? Okay, I've been really I was going to make another video with my new whiskey. Fuck it, that can wait till next Friday. I am not doing it tonight. Because I just don't know how well I'll present to camera now. I'm probably going to make another drink after finishing this mojito, but I don't think I'll do it to camera. I might do a test run of the video actually. This particular cocktail, because I made some grenadine, because it has grenadine. Safa, you can outdrink everyone here. That's your Russian blood, man. That is your Russian blood. The one thing I would never do is claim to be able to outdrink people. It's like, no, I'm not going to say that. I'm not getting into a drinking competition. No. I love that, Kirsten. Don't go in drunk, but you can be dusty. Sometimes that happens. I think people have got to acknowledge. I was just here. This literally only happened to me once. Waking up on a work day, and I was definitely drunk. I was definitely drunk waking up, and I was like, nah, don't go. Okay, so Stella, your one, you stopped drinking by 10, but you'd gone so hard by 4 a.m. it was still 0.01. If I remember rightly, this night I had been drinking until 2, if not 3 a.m. And my alarm went off at 6:30 or 7. And I woke up and I was like, I am still drunk. I'm definitely still drunk. Not just blowing numbers. I was fucking drunk. Once that happened. Luke, you got a taxi from your dad's, got home, chuck up one night. Yeah. The upchuck is not good. Fortunately, I've not done it many times in my life, and it's quite a while since I have done it. But sometimes it sneaks up on you. Sometimes you don't realize. And it's like, oop. Safi, you finished at 3 a.m. the day you came into Melbourne. Nice. But that's also your sister's working in a bar, if I remember rightly. That's okay. That night, because I think we were hanging out, and then I was doing a date night with Mrs. Angry. So we were hanging out till sometime in the afternoon. Then I went with Mrs. Angry. We went out, we had dinner and drinks. So I wasn't shit-faced, but I was probably drinking till about 10 o'clock that night. Wasn't shit-faced, but I had a couple drinks. Might have to have a toilet break soon. I've been drinking a lot of liquid. Like I said, Shieldsy would be happy because these have been half water, soda water. Anyway, also a decent amount of rum. So I haven't actually. Here's me saying I haven't drunk that much tonight. Start off. Okay. We're after 10 now, so I'm 2 hours into drinking. I did have a Snosbury Fizz, which is about 3 standard drinks, and then these two, and they're probably about 3 standard drinks each. So, ooh, yeah, okay, 9. Although I'm not through it yet. It's been a little while till we're through it. 2.5 hours. So probably at the 2.5 hour mark, I'll have had 9 or 10 standard drinks, which doctors would call binge drinking, I think. Ugh. Laura, someone who lives ground floor flat in your building has a serious drinking problem. Oh yeah, empty cases. I lived in an apartment building once, and there was one apartment who would be putting out in garbage each week at least 2 cases of beer. Yeah. So what did you do? You forgot how to get the backup key when the Uber got to your sister's place. So you had to wait an hour for her to get home from work. Oh no. You know again, but at least you're okay the next day. Well, that's okay. That is okay. I feel like I can hear a high-pitched tone. I don't know if that's just an appliance or my tinnitus. I think it's one of the appliances making the noise. The perils of doing the streams from the kitchen with all these appliances. Stella, 10 stubbies by 10 p.m. Yeah, no. Because it's like 3 stubbies get you there. So 10 stubbies is getting you way there. So, Laura, you reckon your guy's drinking a case per day? Yeah. That's bad. Oh, Safa, yeah, it was cool. At least it was summer, so at 4 a.m. it was still nice weather. Tonight at 4 a.m. is not going to be good. The next couple nights, 4 a.m. is not going to be good. It's going to be very cold. Very cold. Summer is bad. Okay, I actually do think I need to take a toilet break. Again, anyone who remembers the old school Blog TV ones will remember the times when I was joking because I was like chugging Pepsi Max. Oh no, I need to piss. I've got an empty Pepsi Max bottle. I could just keep talking to you and piss into it, and I would actually do it just like as a laugh instead of leaving to take a piss. Just sort of below camera sight, piss into an empty Pepsi Max bottle. What a degenerate! What sort of degenerate does stuff like that? This degenerate does stuff like that. Oh. All right. I am very quickly going to bleed the lizard. All right. I'll be back. You just watch the party lights. I'll be back soon. Easy. Okay. Ugh, so here I was thinking, oh, do I need to take a piss? And then I go and take a piss, and the fucking floodgates opened. So you've done 10 by 10 plenty of times. Oh no. And got up to work on the next day. Jesus. Kirsten, is it too close to bedtime to eat cheese? I don't know. What effect does cheese have you? Some people have weird dreams if they, and I think that's the bacteria in cheese. I don't know. There's lots of superstitions about cheese near bedtime. I kind of agree, Stella. Yes to cheese. I like cheese. Oh, nice. So, Laura, you like Pepsi Max with a slice of lime. I love Pepsi Max because I always have lime juice or lemon juice. I love Pepsi Max with a squirt of citrus, usually lemon or lime, sometimes something else. But I keep squeezed juices and just do a little squirt of lemon or lime juice in Pepsi Max. I fucking love it. Okay, you're not affected by cheese, Stella, so it's always yes to cheese. All right. I lean to yes to cheese. Mm. Right. Still going. I think I'm being super responsible taking about an hour to drink these two mojitos, which I thought it would take me that long. And it turns out it is taking me that long. So, but at the moment they just fucking taste like water with herbs in it. And I know it's not water, it's a decent amount of rum in them. I feel like I'm not even tasting the lime now. Am I? Yeah, it's like water with lime in it. And there is a reasonable amount of water in there from both the soda water and the melted ice. A reasonable amount of mint in there. But yeah, so that was such a relief. I'm just going. He comes angry with oversharing. That was a major relief taking that piss. I feel so much better, and it's just like it's like release, great, excellent stuff. Uh, as well as he's like, oh man, the floodgates are open now. Like, okay, cool. See, now this talk of cheese has got me going. Should I have a snack? There's like some chippies up there, or some. I love the bag, getting the pre-shredded cheese from the supermarket in a bag. Oh, nice. Stella, you're going to build up your muscle mass so you can eat more cheese and drink booze again. uh, yeah, right. I'm just very slowly working my way through this mojito. It's probably more diluted the more it goes on as more of the ice melts, but that's not bad. Oh, you like smoky cheese and whiskey? I haven't done a cheese and whiskey pairing for ages. Like Costco has surprisingly good cheeses. For some reason, I'd had in my head that Costco is just like bulk buying kind of shitty stuff. But a lot of the food stuff in Costco is really high quality. And particularly they have some fucking amazing cheeses. Yeah, see, now this has got the idea in my head. I can't do it now. Maybe sometime soon get some exotic cheeses from Costco and do a fucking cheese and whiskey night. Yeah. Laura, the Spock tie is creeping you out. He's speaking. Okay, I'm opening it. So it's the full tie. There's the Spock picture, and then there's a little Spock picture again in a square, which just says each side of the square says "Live long and prosper." I'm just realizing I'm still in this really formal thing. It's like I am not shooting any more videos. I've decided I'm not shooting any more videos. I was going to shoot two, but it's like no, fuck it. The mojito one is enough. That's enough. And yes, that was a deliberate thing, Laura, to have Spock peering out from inside my vest. Uh, that was a deliberate stylistic choice on my part. So nice. Kirsten's gone for the cheese. Don't know that. Oh, you know what I did, which is pseudo cheese. Because I was making a bunch of milk clarified cocktails, and you always end up with these curds left over, and that's the basis of cheese. And in fact, there's this particular sort of um, pseudo cheese that's popular in India called paneer, which is just curd. And of course, in Canada with the poutine, that traditionally has cheese curd on it, like not cheese, the actual curds. And so I'd been saving the curds from my milk clarified cocktails, and I go, technically I can make paneer from this, because I looked up some recipes, and all paneer is milk curd, and you press it, and so okay, I've got this bunch of milk curd which is being flavored with a shit ton of alcohol, um, and so I strained it and I pressed it, and it's like, can I cook it now? Like, I'll pan fry some paneer, and it didn't really pan fry up, but because there was a reasonably high sugar content in it, so it did caramelize, but it stayed really sloppy. I needed to press it out more to get more liquid out of it, and it was tasty. Mrs. Angry agreed. It tasted quite good. So what we're actually going to do next time that I save up a bunch of curds from milk clarified cocktails, we're going to make a kind of creme brulee thing, like add some egg yolk to it and whip it up and put it in little pastry things and bake it. And so we're going to have these super boozy creme brulees. I'll report back when we do it. Oh yes, Luke, I just eat the shredded cheese from the bag. Definitely. Definitely. Stella, you saw an Instagram post from The Rock. Someone made him a fully functioning set of dumbbells from chocolate for his birthday. Nice. Need to be as jacked as The Rock to be able to eat fun things. It's nice. And of course, in Boo's world, he's been noted because he's bought a tequila distillery. So there's this, I don't even know if you can get it in Australia, but it's quite popular in North America at the moment. Terramana tequila, because it's The Rock's tequila. All these celebrity people buying booze brands, because like fucking Ryan Reynolds bought, I don't know if he owned Aviation Gin or if he just had a major stakeholding in it, but he used his profile to promote Aviation Gin, and it got really big. And one of the world's biggest distiller groups bought Aviation. And when the buyout matures, apparently it's going to make Ryan Reynolds somewhere between 300 and 500 million dollars. It's like, what the fuck? There's some sort of maturation thing, like he has to stay on as the brand ambassador for 3 years or something. But the ultimate payoff is somewhere from 300 to 500 million dollars, just because he, as a hobby, decided to buy a distillery and put his name on it. That's the other thing. Okay, no, we don't. We could do it. I think if one of us wins Lotto and we start the Divergent Distillery, I think we want to bring Chris Hemsworth on. Chris Hemsworth is the celebrity owner, part owner and spokesmodel for the thing. I'm just saying this because I love Chris Hemsworth. Because then not only will we have an awesome distillery, but we'll cash out for hundreds of millions of dollars in a decade or so. So, okay, that's phase 2 of the plan. Phase 1, win Lotto and start a distillery. Phase 2, get Chris Hemsworth on as the celebrity part owner of the distillery and celebrity spokesperson, and eventually cash out in a decade for several $100 million. Who's on board? Who's on board? Stella, I don't want to be too picky, but I'm not going to go with a Hemsworth. I'm only going with Chris Hemsworth. So that's you've got to set a goal. I don't want a Hemsworth. I want Chris Hemsworth. So yeah, that's what I'm going for. So yep. Yeah, Safa, it's going to fit into the Marvel universe with all the phases. But yeah, it's probably more phases than I said. So like phase 1 is win lotto. Phase 2, start distillery. Phase 3, bring in Chris Hemsworth. Phase 4, cash out for hundreds of millions of dollars. Retirement sorted. Yeah. Yeah. Nobody told me I don't plan for the future. I have a motherfucking plan. So yeah, it's sorted. We go into a bank and they go like, "Have you planned for your retirement?" I go, "Brother, have I planned for my retirement? This is my plan." And I just want to watch the look in their eyes as I tell them this completely straight. And they're like, "What? You what now? Phase 1 of your retirement is win lotto?" Yes, that's just phase 1. So I was like, okay, cool. Nice. Stella, you're going to have Chris as your personal trainer. Nice. Working on flavor profiles late into the night. Nice. Mega Leach, when your plan starts with win lotto, you don't have a plan. Yes, I do. My plan is to win lotto. Actually, no. My plan is buy a lotto. I have to get around to buying a lotto ticket. So that's letting me down so far, that I haven't bothered buying a lotto ticket because it's largely a waste of time, but who knows? Yeah, see, Kirsten's in. There was a really funny webcomic. One of my favorite webcomics that's been going forever is XKCD, just because it's so nerdy. And he had one a while back about bias confirmation and how much people fall for it, like assuming successful people are successful because they're somehow different, because you don't look at the failures, you just look at the success and you assume, oh, if I do what the successful person did, I'll be successful. And it's not that simple. And his example he gave was a lotto winner, and the person, giving his motivational speech like, yeah, they told me don't buy a lotto ticket, it's a waste of money, but I kept buying it and I won. So that's all you need to do. Just keep buying lotto tickets because it works. Bias confirmation. Safa, how often do I buy lotto tickets? Really rarely. Like, it was often when they advertise some ridiculous amount. Like, I think it was, I actually think next Thursday's Powerball is meant to be like 40 million or something. I'd probably buy that. 40 million. Why not? You're not going to win. Oh, yes. God, see, Stella, your input, invaluable. Hugh Jackman, a special release for Hugh Jackman. Hell to the yes. Okay, there's now 2 potential celebrity part owners I would accept. Chris Hemsworth and Hugh Jackman. Or both of them. One, either, both. I'm okay. I'm also open to other suggestions for Australian celebrities. I don't think anyone's beating Hugh Jackman and Chris Hemsworth, but I'm open to suggestions, is all I'm saying. Oh, yes. Although he's not an Australian, but Taika Waititi. Taika Waititi is fucking in. A special release from Taika Waititi, definitely. Safa, how do you buy a lotto ticket? You either buy it from a newsagent, or there's an app for that. You go like, there is an Australian lotto app. Only get the official one, okay? Don't get some weird fucking lotto app thing. But yeah. Yes, Megaleech, the rivalry between Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds would be a boon. Yes, Safa, Sam fucking Neill. Sam Neill actually owns a winery. I don't know if he wants to get into spirits. Sam Neill actually has a winery. Sam Neill is in if he wants it. Thank you. Yeah. Oh my God. Imagine the interplay between a Hugh Jackman gin and Ryan Reynolds gin. My God. Yes. Oh my God. See, it's all coming together. It's all coming together. This is all completely rational and realistic and not weird, fanciful daydreams. Oh, Laura, open. Do you mean Angry Bunch or do you mean the Distillery Consortium? Because they're both. Yeah. Oh, yes. Stella, a collaboration with Sam Neill where we use the barrels from his winery to age the whiskey. Yes. Oh my God. See, this is why we've got the brains trust. All these ideas are fucking gold. All right. Angry Bunch for anyone who wants to join. Let's do it. I don't know who's in the mood tonight, but there's the link for anyone who wants to join. Because I don't know how long we're going to go. It's only 10:40. That's still fucking early, honestly. I should clean up this shitty mess I have everywhere. Because I have a fucking mess everywhere here. And I have finished my mojitos. And yes, that took me a whole hour, which I think is really responsible, doing that. Yes, Mega Leech. That is valid. The flip side to you got to be in it to win it is you don't lose if you don't play. And yes, Kirsten, I have actually seen those ads Hugh Jackman has done for Ryan Reynolds for both aviation and the coffee brand. That's why I think it would be even funnier if Hugh Jackman actually literally had his own brand and they could do that joke public rivalry thing they have over the gins. I think that would be hilarious. Or even better, get Hugh Jackman on a whiskey and shit on Ryan Reynolds for only doing gin and not doing a whiskey. That would be fucking hilarious. I can't believe I keep saying this as though it's a real thing, but anyway. Laura is gonna join up. Laura, how are you?
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Oh, doing good.
I say good afternoon. It's my afternoon now.
It is your afternoon. Well, it's technically afternoon here. It's just afternoon. Creeping up on 11 p.m. But yeah.
Yeah, I haven't been up that long.
I think I got up at a reasonable hour. I think after staying up till, what was it? It was very close to 2 a.m. last night. I don't even really remember. But it was after 1, I know, last night. But I got up at like 8 this morning, which was remarkably early. But
I got up at I went to bed at about 7-ish in the morning.
Okay.
So I don't feel quite so guilty as getting up sort of at 12:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, no, that's fair. It's funny now because I have my CPAP machine for the sleep apnea. It actually records not how long I sleep, but how long I have the machine on. And I'm asleep the vast majority of the time I have it on. So it was like last night, it was like 6.5 hours. So it was like from 2 to 8 a.m. basically. And it's very funny. In the early days, the guy who's looking at the reports, because I've been going in to see them every week, and there's one night it's like, okay, that night you didn't use it all. That night you used it 4 hours. Yeah, okay. That night I was doing the online drinking thing with friends, and I didn't go to bed till 2 or 3 a.m. So that's why that was short. And the next night I was actually so drunk I didn't feel capable of putting the headgear on. So I just said, fuck it, and I didn't wear it. But I've been much better about it because I've had the CPAP machine for almost 4 weeks now. So I'm kind of used to it. So even if I have a few drinkies, I feel comfortable in putting the headgear on before I go to sleep. So
Yeah,
all good.
well, my sleeping pattern tends to be roughly East Coast US time.
Oh, okay.
So plus 5 hours from everybody else.
Yeah. I'm just trying to clear up a bit of mess because I've just been building stuff up here all night. I need to put some of these bottles back. Don't mind me while I try and sort shit out.
Megaleech asks, is the CPAP for a rest of your life thing?
Yes, it is. Because sleep apnea is forever. So yes, as far as I understand it, yeah, the CPAP machine is a whole of life thing because if I don't do it, I stop breathing when I sleep. Like the sleep study, which was a couple months ago now, revealed that I had 35 apnea events per hour. So that's 35 times an hour. I stop sleeping. Don't stop breathing. Stop breathing. And now with the CPAP machine on, it's less than 1 event per hour. It's literally between, depending on the night, between 0 and 1 events per hour. So Megaleech is a good point. Weight loss would make me less dependent on it because weight is a big part of sleep apnea. And Kirsten, the big question, do I feel better? Because that's what I always ask. Because some people say almost as soon as they start using it, they feel full of vitality and whatnot. And I was like, I don't know if I can see things. And Mrs. Angry goes, you're less grumpy. And I went, wait, was I grumpy? And she goes, yes, particularly after nights like this, like long live streams where I've been drinking. Apparently, I was a bit grumpy. Like I'm saying, I'm not hungover, but apparently I was a bit grumpy. And she said since doing the CPAP, she hasn't felt like I've been grumpy. And the thing I've really noticed is when like on work days, my current alarm time, because I don't have to commute, is 7 a.m. If I have to commute, it's like 6:30 or earlier. But currently it's 7 a.m. And I've noticed since using the CPAP machine, almost every day when the alarm goes off, I'm really deeply asleep when it goes off. Like it's like pulling me out of a quite deep sleep. But also I get up straight away. It's kind of like it's not difficult to get up. So previously, I was either not fully asleep or sleeping much more lightly when the alarm went off, and I was all kinds of groggy and it was harder to get up. I definitely notice I'm more deeply asleep when the alarm goes off, and it's much easier to get up. I get up straight away. So it's definitely making a difference. But I do like the specialist, the guys have been giving me the CPAP machine, when they've been looking at the weekly results, they're like, wow, you're like a model patient. You're using it properly. It's not leaking. You're getting really good results. You're using it almost all the time. Apparently, they have a bunch of people who don't use it properly and have all sorts of issues. And I haven't really. So they've declared me to be a model patient. Mrs. Angry has declared me to be less grumpy, so it's all good as far as I can tell. So yeah,
I had a bizarre one last week where so my sleeping pattern is erratic, so I might end up getting 5 hours here. Like for example, went to bed at about 7 o'clock, woke up at 12:30, so I haven't had a full 8 hours sleep. And normally 7 to 8 hours is what I kind of need. So I often end up taking an afternoon nap or something. And I went for an afternoon nap, and the next thing I would do, I'll wake up at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, I don't remember going to bed like for the night. you know, because I'll just like go to bed and take a nap, and I'm still wearing my clothes. I don't put nightwear on. You know, when I go for a nap. And so I woke up wearing my clothes and thinking, wait a minute, did I go to bed last night and wake up, you know, and not put pajamas on? You know, not put, you know, and in fact it was just that I'd taken a nap and it turned out to be longer than a nap.
Right. Yes. Yeah. And I haven't felt the need to really have naps. And I found also, you know, working from home for the last 15 months, it's been easy to, if in the middle of a work day, I just go, and I feel kind of fucked. I'm just going to go lie down for half an hour. I can just do that, which is great. It's actually made me, it's made me more productive. The idea that if I'm feeling a bit, I can just go lie down. I just set a timer for half an hour, and it has actually increased my productivity, the fact that I can just go and lie down. But since the CPAP,
sorry, go.
Since the CPAP, I haven't felt the need to do that. So,
if you need a nap, 45 minutes is the magic number. After 45 minutes, your brain sort of goes into REM mode. So, right now, I'm going for a proper sleep now.
Yeah, I also found pre-CPAP, it would take me a while to fall asleep when I went to lie down. It would take at least 15, 20 minutes. So depending what I wanted, I'd set a timer for 30 or 60 minutes, depending what time I could spare. I've not really felt the need to do it with CPAP. And I think, as I said, the big tell is Mrs. Angry going, "Oh no, you're less grumpy. You could be difficult the day after a big night." And that hasn't been such a thing since the CPAP machine. So that's good. I
was going to say something, I've forgotten now. No matter.
That's okay. I am going to make another drink. I'm just going to rinse my cocktail shaker out because it's got mint in it. And this is a shaken cocktail, so I need a clean cocktail shaker. All right. I'm going to give my new rye whiskey a run with a drink that features rye whiskey, and also a fuck ton of grapefruit juice. And I have some grapefruit juice here. I have an actual real grapefruit as well. But I've got a bunch of grapefruit juice. And this is a good quality grapefruit juice, no added sugar and all that sort of thing. And I need to use it. So I think I'll do that. My gospel rye. And I made some grenadine today. I haven't made grenadine for a little while.
Okay, I need to know, is that a dry drink? You know, like you get dry wines and sweet wines?
It's more spicy. It's not dry. It's going to be sweet.
I'm kind of making a joke because you said it was dry.
Oh, rye. Yeah, no, rye's not dry.
Other spelling of rye.
Yes. Rye is
dry sense of humor.
Yes, I get it. W-R-Y. Yes.
Yes.
No. Rye is spicy and sweet. And this is like I taste tested this last night, and the initial taste of this is surprisingly sweet. And for a high proof whiskey, it goes down real easy. But this is whiskey and grapefruit juice and a sugar syrup, or a grenadine, which is just a pomegranate sugar syrup. This is going to be quite a sweet drink, actually. Oh, and that's the other thing I want to do. I fucking got Luxardo cherries. Because I never bought these because they're really expensive. Like, this is like $20. And I thought, I'll spend $20 on them and I'll go off. So I asked the person in the shop, how long do they last? And she's like, like a year or more. They don't go off. Just keep them sealed. They don't go off. And I'm like, excellent. Sexy Luxardo cherries for me. So that's what I'm doing now. What do I want to do? I think I'll go double rocks. I might even use some of my clear ice because it's sexy.
I have a thermos. I've not actually tried it.
What haven't you tried? Sorry,
the clear ice.
Oh yeah, no, I love it.
I saw you do that thing where you said, you put it in a thermos and
that's just an insulated coffee thing. Yeah. And I have. Look at the size of that one. That is fucking huge. And that's from this fucking giant. This is for caffeine addicts, a giant coffee thing, but it makes 2 or 3 very large bits of ice. So, right.
Do you remember I told you yesterday about a friend who copies other people's hobbies?
Yeah.
The one I said about, I said, you don't seem to have any hobbies of your own. And he said, well, I've got cricket. I said, watching TV is not a hobby.
Yeah. That's a bit desperate claiming that is a hobby.
This friend is a little bit on the competitive side.
Right.
And what they when I used to go to one of these trans gathering things, one of my friends, Vicky, she kept talking about how she was a coffeeholic. And, and so quietly, someone told me that I drink more than her, but I don't make a big deal out of it. So it's basically, you think you're a coffeeholic, I drink more than you, but I just don't talk about it. It's not I don't make an issue out of it. So that's what they said to me. I made the mistake of speaking to my other friend and pointing this out. And so they decided to turn it into a competition and drank 12 cups of coffee in the morning.
No, that makes you very sick.
And then at lunchtime, they felt a little bit ill.
Yes.
And it's like, let this be a learning experience for you.
No. I mean, on the other thing, I remember, because I'm old enough to have been around when the stock market was that thing where guys shouted at a screen and signaled, I'm buying 3. Now it's all computers. Yeah. But I back in the 80s where there was a trading floor, and I had a friend who worked on the trading floor, and they were all caffeine and cocaine fueled. This guy was all caffeine. And he'd have 6 double espressos before lunch every day. And when and he was only in his 20s, and the doctor basically said, this will kill you, man. This will just straight up kill you. And he said, oh, maybe I should stop. And he stopped, and his body was so dependent on this ridiculous caffeine loading, he crashed. And he said it was like the worst flu I've ever had. I was bedridden for 3-4 days. I was shivering. I was vomiting. It was diarrhea. It was just like, because my body was just like, fuck, I can't deal. And that was his, he didn't drink coffee again after that, because he's going like, oh, this is actually clearly ruining my body.
There was, I saw something about a kid, and I think he was like 17 or something like that. I'd say 17. He's not really a kid anymore, but certainly has the kid attitude.
Yes.
And so they ended up with renal failure because they were drinking a lot of those energy drinks.
Yes. I see those stories every now and then, and I know on one level I'm a bit dubious, because I think like you're just being like the moral police saying don't drink these drinks. But then you find out, oh no, this kid was drinking 6 to 10 500 ml cans of Monster a day, and it's like, oh no, that'll kill you. That'll fucking kill you.
It all comes down to moderation, I mean, it's the same thing you've been talking about, the alcoholic kind of thing, like I say, there's this guy in my building, and almost every single time I go out of the building, because on each floor there's a chute you can put your garbage down, But on the ground floor, there isn't the chute there.
Okay.
So we just end up sticking it outside. There's what used to be an office, and when the when the cleaner guy comes up, comes over, they take it and stick it in the back where the bins are. And pretty much every single time I go out, which isn't very often, admittedly, there's a case, like of 12 cans there.
Yeah.
And there's been times where I've had to go out like 3 days in a row.
Yeah.
Finishing me off for a week.
Yeah.
And every day they're there.
Yeah. When I was talking about the apartment I was in, these were 24 or 36 can cases, and this one flat would be putting out 2 or 3 cases of it every week, and I was just like, "Ooh, dude, something's not right." My God, this smells good. Sorry, it's like overproof whiskey can be really brutal. The smell on that, it's like molasses. It's so nice. A little bit cinnamon. It doesn't smell brutal at all. Like a lot of overproof spirits, like you feel like they're burning the nose hairs off if you smell them. That's like dessert, which is incredible for an overproof whiskey. Anyway, I'm going to make this drink. I'm going to put some homemade grenadine in.
What's that made out of?
This is just pomegranate juice and sugar. Like, so it's super fucking bad for you, basically, because it's half sugar. But yeah, it's made with 100% pomegranate juice and sugar. And I'm quite dubious. It said to put 3 ounces of that's really opaque. I shouldn't waste. Okay, I'm going to reclaim my clear ice. I shouldn't use clear ice on this because that's a really opaque drink. It's wasting the clear ice. Oh, where'd I put the little bag that it was in? Here it is. All right. I'm going to put my clear ice back in the freezer because it feels like that'll be a waste. And I'll just get my other big block of ice, which is just normal proletarian ice. Put that in there and get the big ice cube tray and put a big ice cube in. All right. Put that in there. Sorting all of this out. All right, I'm going to get this bit of ice and maybe crack it into my shaking glass and see what happens. Ooh, some harsh ASMR as I try and break this ice. It's not working at all. Oh man, now there's just ice shrapnel everywhere. Come on, crack, you bastard. Okay, it's almost there. Come on, you can do it. Fuck it. Great big piece of ice can go in there. The cool bartenders make that look easy. Yeah. So, Stella, you've worked with plenty of blokes who'd knock over half a carton every night. Yeah, 12 beers a night. Yeah. It's unfortunate that that's reasonably common. Right. Shaky shake. Yes, and that's why I have several nights a week where I don't drink anything. And most nights I'm drinking in moderation. It's just the occasional Friday and Saturday that, and even then, I know doctors would be frowning at me, and it's like, shut the fuck up, get off my back. Man's got to live his life.
As long as you don't turn into a minion, as in yellow skin.
Other yellow minions.
Yeah, that's when your skin starts going yellow. That's a problem.
Oh yeah, the jaundice, and you get those old guys who have the huge bulbous porous nose, which is another sign of alcohol abuse. All right, I'm also going to christen. I'm going to make this sexy with Luxardo cherries. Man, these smell good. I think you meant to put an odd number. I'm just going to. I'm just going to do one. Just going to do one. Because there's this superstition you're meant to use an odd number, like 2 is bad. You should either do 1 or 3. And I thought, I don't want to eat 3 cherries. So
for the vitamins.
Yeah, that makes it health food. If I have a cherry on there, that's health food at that point. So put that in there. Here we go. Right, so this seems like a lot of grapefruit juice, but I'll see. Well, yeah, that's a lot of grapefruit juice. It's not bad, though. Oof. Wow, there's some weird stuff going on with that.
So what's that called? Does it have a name or?
It's called a blinker. It is too much grapefruit juice, honestly.
Okay, so if you were going to tweak it and turn it into something a bit better, what would you add to it?
I'd like probably cut right back to 1 ounce of grapefruit juice, because then it's
I'm just sort of talking about being inventive now. So it's like, okay, this is too much grapefruit juice. What can you turn it into 2 drinks with?
Well, it's kind of like it's a variation on a whiskey sour. A whiskey sour is whiskey, lemon, and sugar, and this is whiskey, grapefruit, and grenadine, which is a different sort of sugar. It's way too much grapefruit juice. I don't know who. I don't even know why I did that. Like, I was just looking at it going, 3 ounces of grapefruit juice is way too much. Megalich, you might be onto something. Make it a fizz. And give it another sip. I'm going to drop that cherry in there.
I am very ignorant. So what's a fizz?
It just means soda water.
Gotcha. Right.
Or something sparkling, a sparkling wine. So a fizz is just you drink and then you add something sparkling to it, either soda water or tonic or sparkling wine or something like that. That's a fizz. In the 19th century, they used to have all these fun names. There were flips and fizzes and grogs and what else do they call things? A sour thing. But a flip just means it has an egg, as in literally a whole egg in it, including the yolk, which tends to make the drink taste like custard, which again, not particularly a bad thing. There are some really nice flips. But yeah, it takes on this custardy sort of taste and consistency if there's a whole egg in there. A fizz is just, you just add soda water, something fizzy. There was actually a definition for grog, and I don't remember what it was. People don't really talk about grog as a category anymore. But the drinks have had all sorts of fanciful names over the years. But
do you know, I think the most tragic thing I've ever seen as regards drinking was local off license, and I was in there going to buy something or other, and I sort of was somewhat absorbed in listening to these 2 lads, and they were probably about 18, and they were now grown ups and able to buy alcohol. And so they were sort of talking about which one to get, and ultimately it didn't come down to the flavor. It didn't come down to the quality of it. It didn't come down to any of that. At the end of the day, is this one's got more alcohol, we can get pissed quicker with it.
That is a really common decision-making process.
Yeah, and it's like that's, to me, that's just tragic.
It is. It's absolutely tragic. So I've just topped it with soda water, and it's better with soda water. I would actually make that much simpler, because normally if you were doing a sour, you do like 2 ounces of whiskey, 1 ounce or 3/4 ounce of sugar syrup, and 3/4 to 1 ounce of lemon juice. The 3 ounces of grapefruit juice is ridiculous. I think that would probably be a much better drink with only 1 ounce. It's unbalanced. 3 ounces of grapefruit juice is ridiculous.
How much was the alcohol? The whiskey?
2 ounces of the whiskey.
Yeah, so it's like 3/5 is the
it's way too much of the grapefruit juice. I mean, unless you super like grapefruit juice. If someone was mad into grapefruit juice, this would probably be their drink.
I've always found grapefruit juice to be a bit sour for me.
Yeah, I am not big on grapefruit juice, but there are some drinks that calls for it and it works quite well, which is why I have a bottle of grapefruit juice. But
it's good for opening the palate in the morning.
Yeah.
Have it for breakfast. It's good for that, but I don't like it.
Yeah.
I used to go boarding school, and sometimes you'd have that on it. Like, I'm going to eat it, but I don't really like it.
Yeah.
But it was good for opening the palate for,
Yeah.
It's a bit like sorbet.
Oh, yes. Stimulate the palate. Yeah.
Yeah. And one thing I did discover, because I quite like sorbet, and it's like, I like sorbet. Okay. So I'll just buy a tub of it. And I thought I could eat it like ice cream. No. You can't eat it like ice cream. It doesn't work like that. Not at all.
Yeah. I mean, I have eaten at a French restaurant where between courses they gave you like 1 scoop of a really neutral sorbet, and the whole thing was it cleanses your palate. So it basically removes the taste of the last course and has you ready fresh for the next course. So that was a super neutral sorbet. There was like basically no flavor in it. It was very lightly flavored, but yeah. So the website that I got this drink recipe from says, this drink, first printed in 1934, looks crazy on paper, but is surprisingly potent and refreshing. Modern renditions have tried to twist it into the shape of a traditional sour, but its true identity is a sort of proto-greyhound highball. Be sure to use a decent potent rye, which I did. The more powerful, the better. And homemade grenadine, which I did. But yeah, no, it's too much grapefruit juice. Like topping it up with soda makes it better, definitely. Yeah, no, that's actually much better. I just topped it up with soda water. It's much better. But I also feel like that's a bit of a waste of that rye as well. Because it's a really good quality rye, and it's just been overpowered by this fucking grapefruit juice. But,
do you remember, you've watched Star Trek Next Generation, haven't you?
Yes.
Do you remember the one where you've got Law and the Borg sort of teamed up?
Oh, yes.
And Data gets some, sort of the emotion chip kind of thing is going on there.
Yes.
And it's like, and he asked George, it's like, how does it feel to be this, that, or the other kind of thing? Because Data doesn't have feelings, he doesn't have emotions. Yeah. So he's asking Geordi sort of like, what does angry feel like? And Geordie's like, well, it makes you, it's like you feel combative or aggressive. Yeah. And it's like, can you describe angry without using any emotions? And he's like, no, I guess I can't, kind of thing is the answer. And I think of that whenever, when I listen to this and like, when you're talking about alcohol, because I have a very, very tiny amount of experience with alcohol. If you were to sort of say, well, this tastes like this, and it's like, I don't know what that tastes like either.
Yeah. Well, I'm honestly, I'm not very good with the words to describe alcohol tastes. The makers love to describe them themselves. Like on this label, they say this is rich with brown sugar, muscat, red fruits, allspice, vanilla lace tannins, and distinct rye spice. Like when I smell this, it almost for a strong, and it is a strong whiskey, it smells surprisingly like dessert. There is really, it smells like sugar, like molasses, like and a bit of cinnamon in there. It's really quite surprising how pleasant it smells. Because strong spirits can have a pretty brutal aroma that goes like, that basically, nail polish remover or whatever. Kirsten has told me what they call that when it's like nail polish remover. They call that high ester. It means you're basically really smelling the fact there is a fuck ton of alcohol in this. And so the polite term is high ester. And I'm like, okay. But this, I would actually call this comparatively low ester because like, it's just incredible. It smells like dessert to me, which is wild for a really high proof whiskey, basically. But apparently, this is a limited edition from this distiller. They worked with these people. The distiller's called The Gospel, and they worked with these people who run some boutique bottle shops called Black Heart and Sparrow. And they're saying what they did is they just went around the warehouse of the distillery where everything's in barrels, and they were tasting stuff directly from the barrels that hasn't gone through the final finishing. And they just found one. This is the best one. Just release this straight from the barrel. Because normally they dilute it. Like it comes out at the barrel at, high 50s to 60% alcohol, if not higher. And they dilute it down to the standard 40% or 40 odd percent. This one, the thing is, no, this is the best barrel in the whole place. Just bottle this straight from the barrel. Don't do anything else. And it's good. It is really good. But if you have the palate for that sort of thing. And that's one thing I freely admit, probably as recently as definitely 2 years ago, but possibly as recently as like 1 year ago, I did not have a very developed whiskey palate. And I found, Kirsten is correcting me somewhat. High ester can be a positive trait if that's what you're after. There you go. Yeah. So, yeah. I didn't actually mean high ester means completely negative because, it's a particular trait. So I'd be interested if the actual experts agreed with me. If I understand the term correctly, I think this one from the Gospel is quite low ester because it doesn't have that really sort of punch you in the nose alcohol aroma going with it. It's actually incredibly sweet. It's quite impressive, actually. They've got some fun ads on Facebook because I get nonstop alcohol ads on Facebook because I keep clicking on alcohol ads on Facebook. Like, oh, that looks interesting. What's that?
Yeah, always makes me chuckle. Things like that, it's like you buy a rucksack from Amazon, and then they end up spending the next several months showing you every other rucksack that in existence.
Yeah, and you're like, but I bought one.
But I bought one, so I don't need one anymore. Yeah. This is a waste of my time.
Yeah, although again, marketing and advertising people have told me. They have the statistical evidence. It sounds counterintuitive, but someone who's bought one of something, and you might think they only need one, they are more likely to buy a second one than someone who's never bought one is to buy a first one. So that's why they market quite heavily to, okay, you've bought one of these. Even though most people think you only need one, you're actually more likely to buy a second one. So we're going to advertise heaps to you. So, Kirsten, you're saying the distiller at Gospel, Ian Thorne, he was ex-Starward, but he left before Kirsten was at Starward. And the not punching you in the nose means it's really well aged and the ethanol's been mellowed. I think they've done a really good job with this one, because I'm a little bit wussy with the ones that really attack you with the ethanol. And again, for me, for a high proof whiskey, this is amazingly mellow. And that's probably why they chose it. Because the webpage says they tasted from all the barrels there and they went, this is the one. I was like, okay, it's pretty fucking good.
You know, one of the most amusing things I discovered about whiskey is that at the distillery where they make it, and they've got this big barrel full of the stuff, and they have the tester. Yes. And he basically takes a sip of it and he goes, 20 years.
Yes.
And the reason for this is that effectively it's no good yet.
Yes.
You know, effectively the longer, the older it is, the longer it was, you know, the worse it was when they mixed the stuff together.
Yes.
And so they had to say, right, we're going to have to leave that for 20 years to make it actually something that, you know, you can drink and it's drinkable, which it just seemed weird to me.
Yeah.
You know, it's almost like the best stuff is the worst stuff.
Yeah. And there's variation in there, definitely, but you're definitely not 100% wrong with that. It's, and apparently that's the big thing with distillers when they get to the point where I'm going to start something that's going to be in the barrel for 20 years or longer, because there's every chance they won't still be around. Like they've come up with the blend and went, yep, this is the one we're going to set aside. This is the one that's going to get better and better and better for an extended period. And that includes, sometimes there'll be special ones and they're super special, and they definitely don't get bottled till after the distillers died of old age. So the distiller never gets to know what the end product is. So, but you're right. There's something that is considered palatable at the minimum age. They've done quite a good job to get that palatable with the minimum aging. And other ones is like, yeah, this is going to have to stay in for a few more years. Even there's a distillery that I've mentioned that's a couple of, an hour and a half out of Melbourne on the Bellarine Peninsula. They call their establishment the Whiskery. They're currently only doing gins, and I've got one of their gins over there, which is fucking awesome. But they've been meaning to release a whiskey for at least a year or two. And we were there, Mrs. Anger and I were there a couple of months back, and we said, well, why haven't you released the whiskey yet? And they went, oh, it's just not ready. We thought it would be, but because it's going to be their first release whiskey, there's no way they're releasing a whiskey that they think isn't great. Yeah. So they've tasted it and gone, no, I know we were going to release it now. And it's been delayed by way over a year, if not 2 years, because they're just like, no, everyone's going to be scrutinizing this. We are not releasing it till it's ready.
Yeah, first one is the most important. Reputations are built on such things.
Yeah. And it's Kirsten saying, because in Australia, the whiskies age so much quicker because of our climate, Aussie distillers are chasing the character more than obsessing about aging per se. There's also the guys I follow on YouTube, the Whiskey Tribe. They're in Texas, which has an even harsher climate than most of Australia. So their whole process with aging whiskies is worlds apart from, say, Scotland or Ireland. Like it just, there's no comparison. But even also it's some of like the southern states in the US that are famous for bourbon, Kentucky and whatnot, they're not desert states. Like Texas is a fucking desert state. So Texas is different again to the famous bourbon states in the US. So these guys, they still haven't released their first in-house whiskey. They've released some blends that they've put together because they've collected stuff from different distilleries, but they haven't released like a first release single malt yet because they're not doing it till they get something that they think is right. But again, 3 years aging in Texas is like 10 or 20 years in Scotland just because of what it does to the whiskey.
Mm.
Oh, wow. Sorry, I must have missed it. Kirsten, you're saying Bellarine did actually put out their first batch, sold out in an hour. Well, good on them, because I knew it was the first batch was going to be too expensive for me because it's for first batches are like for mad collectors. I think when Bellarine sort of settles down and are regularly releasing whiskey, I'll try their whiskey because their gins are really good. Yeah, because we have all the boutique distillers in Australia. They do these very limited runs that sell for hundreds of dollars, and the collectors are just all over it. And I was like, cool, that's for the collectors. I'll let them do it. I'll let them get that. And when it kind of settles down into a more regular release, that's when I'll get it. I mean, this one for an Australian whiskey was not that expensive. It was slightly more expensive than most of the high quality Australian whiskies because it was limited run, but it's not a lot more. So I was quite happy to get that. But it goes from like a good quality Australian whiskey is about $120. And they go way north of that. There are some that are north of $1,000 for a bottle. It's like, cool. That's for the collectors. I'll if I'm $120 feels like a really significant splurge to me, but I don't mind doing it occasionally. But the ones that are sort of way north of that, it's like, oh no, that's a bit rich for my blood. I think I'll just let the collectors have that one. And it's like,
yeah, to be honest, that's the kind of thing that would annoy me. Collectors, it's like, no, you get it to drink it.
Yeah, they do drink it. Some of them probably cellar it and whatnot. But again, I think particularly with this, and Kirsten will know more about this, and she can correct me if I'm wrong. I think, even though I referred to them as collectors, I think most of them drink them. I think they do actually. It's wine collectors are a whole different thing. Wine collectors tend to hoard the bottles and not drink them so much.
That just pisses me off. I'm into model railways, and there are people that are collectors, and I buy them because I want to run them and use them and stuff like that.
Yes.
And strip them down and repaint them because the color scheme's not the one I need, but the body shell represents one of the ones I do want, so I'll paint it in a different color scheme or whatever. But and it's like the thing that annoys me the most is people don't want to renumber their things because, there might be 10 locos that you could change the number to, and that would be a different one. You put your own, you customize it for your own use that way. And there was one loco, I saw it at every show for about 2.5 years, and it was always the same one because they went to shopping as well, and it just annoyed the hell out of me. So and I've sort of said, I wish people would do that, and then you get someone say, yeah, but it'll damage its sellable value. So why the hell did you buy it for?
Yes.
That just annoys me, that kind of mentality. It's like, buy it to play with it. It's like, who the hell were these kids who kept all their Star Wars toys in the original box?
In the original box, yeah.
And it's like, well, what did you buy them for?
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I played with.
It's like you want to grab them by the neck and go, you should be drinking this. It's like, you should be playing with them, you fucking idiot.
Yeah. Oh, Kirsten corrected me. The whiskey collectors are gross and vomitous. So, but the guys who open and drink whiskey are delightful. But if you buy it to look at it, yeah, no, it's okay. So, yeah, the people who buy it to drink, cool. The people who buy it to have it on a shelf, no. What's Stella saying? You spent $380 on a bottle, which is ridiculous. Yes, not there to. Yeah, they're there to drink. Yeah, and you don't necessarily drink them quickly, but I mean, certainly if you tell some people, like, because I've got a bunch of bottles there that I've paid $120 and up for, and there are people who would freak the fuck out that I've done that. And it's just like, it's good, it's special, it's a one-off, and it's an experience. I am drinking it. I'm drinking it slowly, but I'm drinking it, and it's a one-off. It's a one-off expression of that particular thing. And it's great. And when I drink it, it'll be gone, and there won't be any more of it.
Yeah, I have a similar thing. A few years ago, my first year living as trans, I bought a Zara does a perfume, or does several perfumes, and one of them was a sort of limited edition one called Lipstick, and it's really nice. It's kind of floral and sweet, and it's like, yeah, you can't get it anymore, so enjoy it while you got it, kind of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I just ate my cherry. It's really good. I think it's a long time since I had a Luxardo cherry. It's really good. Wow. I'm really glad I bought that.
Don't go and have another one yet, though.
No. They're going to be, and because the good news I got is this just keeps, like, for ages. So I don't know. But yeah, I now think virtually every whiskey drink I have is going to have one of those cherries in it. Oh. That's what I equate them with, whiskey drinks.
Here's a thought for you, and I don't know how it could work, but one of the things I quite like, just put on bread a bit, is ginger preserve. So basically, like ginger marmalade almost.
Ginger marmalade or jam, yeah.
And it's got a spicy, kind of opens up your nasal cavities, if you're feeling slightly bunged up or something. Yeah, it's good stuff. I wonder if you could mix that in with the drink, and
a penicillin. What you want that? You want to experiment. There is a classic cocktail called a penicillin that involves Scotch whiskey and ginger syrup. Use maybe blend your ginger preserve with a bit of water and mix in, or literally just put like half a spoon of the ginger preserve in and shake it, and then strain it so you don't have chunky bits in your drink, but you're getting a thing. No, you should look up the recipe for, it's a classic cocktail called penicillin, which is ginger. From the way you're describing that ginger preserve, you could improvise a bit and use that, and it would probably work really well in a penicillin. So
I got a photo for you that might amuse you. So obviously I'm into railways, as I mentioned, and every year in the sort of spring, or I don't know, in the summer kind of time, they would move the grain from East Anglia, where they got a lot of grain stuff, and it would go up to Scotland to be distilled, and and this is how it was used to be transported. Now it's done by truck, but you can imagine how many grains there are in one of these tank wagons.
Yes.
And unfortunately, the reason why they don't transport it by train anymore is because they used to operate things by the wagon load, whereas now it's all trunks. So you got to have 15 or of the things to make a full train viable. So the problem is, though, you might have several trains of those a week, 2 or 3 a week. but it'll only happen for a few months of the year.
Yeah.
Because you grow it, you split it all off into your grains and everything, and then you transport it to Scotland where it return into whiskies and so on. So it basically wasn't profitable, because unless you're going to have a train every day for all year round, you weren't really interested anymore. So it's kind of instead you've got thousands of trucks doing the same job.
Yeah. It just made me think. There's the famous historical document when people talk about how long has whiskey been made. There's a historical document, and it's basically a receipt, and I forget where it was, but it's from one of the British kings, and it was for X amount of grain, and it was going to a reverend something or other in Scotland, and it specifies it was to make aqua vitae, which water of life, which is whiskey. Whiskey, the Gaelic is Wescabaha, water of life, which the English anglicized into whiskey. And it's remarkable how many people around the world have a spirit they call the water of life. There's parts of Europe where they have aquavit. The French have a particular name for sort of proto brandy, proto cognac that translates as water of life. So everyone calls booze the water of life, which is hilarious. But
there's I've got another thing to share with you. It's a different thing. It's Google Earth this time.
Oh, okay.
So last year I went. Sorry, it wasn't last. Was it last year? No, it was the year before. Start of 2020.
2019.
2020. It was the start of 2020.
Start of 2020.
And so some model railway guys, they go on a trip every year, and one of them had to pull out, and they said, we got a free ticket, staying at a hotel as well. Anyone want to come? And I'm like, I've never been up that way before, so I decided, So I did. I went to Scotland for went up into the West Highlands for the first time, and I was amused by how pretty much every train station on the route sounds like a distillery name. Arachar and Tarbot. That's Ardlui. And like I say, you just sort of follow the line around, and Cranelock. I'm not even very good at pronouncing them, but and like I say, all the way up, you're just looking at these names and thinking, Tindrum. You can imagine a whiskey called Tindrum or something. Dalmally. Lochor. Well, obviously not. That's the name of the loch. Cracken. And like I say, it's just all the way up there. The names just sound like distillery names.
Yeah, definitely. I love it. Sorry, Stella was just asking, doesn't vodka mean water of life? Apparently, I just looked it up. Vodka essentially means water in Russian, not water of life, just water. But yeah, so it seems like everyone calls their spirit water.
Oh my God, I've got an amusing story for you.
Yeah.
So in the early part of the Cold War, the 1950s into the 60s period, the Russians created this airplane called a Tu-22.
Yeah.
And it had two engines at the back, and it was a sort of, it looked like a fighter, but it was a bomber. It was big. It kind of sucked though. It wasn't very good because, but it was, it was one of the fastest planes around when it came out. There wasn't anything else to touch it. But what was interesting is that it used alcohol as a coolant.
As a coolant, okay.
Yeah. So the engines were at the back, and as part of the air conditioning system, they needed to cool it down because obviously hot jet engine. And so it had big tanks full of alcohol.
Yeah.
And Russians would, Russian pilots, they really liked working on these airplanes because you could drain a bit, and and you literally had, a hot water bottle, rubber thing that you fill full of hot water and go to bed with, kind of thing, keep you warm. They used to carry those and have one in their tummy when they would leave the base, so they looked like they were kind of a bit overweight, kind of thing. But in fact, it was just a hot water bottle full of alcohol.
Oh, good Lord! Yeah, okay.
And like I say, they were. It was one of the cushiest assignments.
I bet.
It was really funny hearing about it. It was what was it? The supersonic booze carrier. It was nicknamed.
Oh, those Russians! Oh, yeah.
Oh dear me! It made me chuckle when I heard about that recently.
That is pretty funny. I like that. Oh dear. So Kirsten talking about how much grain. Are you talking about grain there, Kirsten? Buying 26 tons every 2-3 days? That would make sense. But yeah. Sorry, I did also, Stella, I did see a while back, you said, no, I loved it. You refuse to share your good whiskies with plebs who want to put them in cola. And yeah, look, if someone wants to have a whiskey and Coke or a rum and Coke, that's fine. Do it. Just do it with a bog. Do it with a bog standard whiskey or a bog standard rum or whatever. But if someone's going like, oh, can I have that with Coke? It's like, no, you fucking can't. I tell you what, though, I will make you a good drink that uses that. But if you mix it with Coke, all you're doing is removing yourself from the booze part to get drunk. And I get that. I absolutely get that. Like, yeah, I actually just want to get drunk. I like to have a bit of flavor and get drunk, but I mostly want to taste the Coke. So it's like, well, I'm not going to waste a good quality spirit for you to do that. Because if all you want to do is taste Coke, use a cheaper bog standard spirit, and that's fine. I totally get that. I totally get it that your goal is just to get pissed, and it's like, well, do it. So, but you're not drinking any of these just to get pissed. Getting pissed is an awesome additional factor. But the main thing is, no, there's quite a special taste with this one. So I want you to drink it in a way so you appreciate the taste, and the getting pissed is a bonus. If all you want is to get pissed as quickly as possible, then Jesus, don't waste the good stuff. I've got nothing against the principle of, I'm just getting pissed. It's like, okay, well, just use a decent quality but bog standard spirit. Don't waste the good stuff if your goal is just to get pissed without ever tasting it. And that's where vodka comes in. I always shit on vodka and whatnot, but like, yeah, but seriously, if all you're going to do is get pissed, mix some vodka with some fruit juice or whatever, and mix a cheap whiskey with Coke or ginger beer. Mix a cheap rum with Coke or ginger beer or fruit juice or whatever.
There's one of those crazy things, sort of the kids at the park that, that kind of stuff. They prefer vodka because you can't smell the alcohol in their breath if the cops turn up or whatever. Yeah,
which you actually can, but they think you can't. But
there's another amusing thing that amuses me, which is and when I say amuses me, I mean in a good sense, as opposed to the cynical sense that I was using before. And it's the whole sort of wine or probably whiskeys or whatever as well. It was a good year, which generally means that it was a nice sunny year, but also had enough rain that it didn't dry it all out as well. Either that or it tastes like tires.
Yes,
that's a joke.
Yes,
as in Goodyear blimp, Goodyear tires.
Yeah. Oh, I get it. Yes. No,
I have an esoteric sense of humor. I had to explain to my friend last night that, because he plays games. He's a a gamer, and he keeps using video game jokes, but I don't play video games very much. I mean, I do, but I play like 5 video games to death.
Yes.
And so when he tried, and I had to explain to him yesterday that, look, if you're going to use a joke, try and use a joke that someone will get, because if only you get it, it's not funny, because then you have to explain it. And when you explain it, it's not funny anymore.
Yes.
And then he just sort of made it out as if it's my fault for not knowing enough about games. And it's like, no.
If it requires a bunch of specialized knowledge, it might not land.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's the audience. It will work on one audience, but not another. For example, I've used the joke about being overweight.
Yeah.
And, sort of, I saw my reflection on the wall the other day, scared the hell out of me. I thought it was Alfred Hitchcock. Now, of course, that only works if you understand that a bit like the start of a movie when you got like DreamWorks and you got the little boy fishing on the moon, sort of, of the D shape is like the moon. Well, the intro to it
was Alfred Hitchcock.
Presents was a silhouette of himself, and he was a fat guy.
Yeah, and he was. Actually, I haven't thought about that for ages, but that makes me think, man, Hitchcock was super comfortable because he just had this thing like, I'm a big fat fucker. What are you going to do about it?
So like I say, I just, that joke works
if
but it doesn't work very well unless they like watching old movies. Doesn't work on millennials.
But then with millennials and Zoomers, memes get really esoteric, and they go through multiple generations. And like I've seen people, they're conscious of it. Like I've seen people doing the joke on social media go, oh, that awkward moment when your friend who's not into memes asks you what something means, and you have to take a deep breath because you're now going to explain to them the 6 levels of self-referential memes that led up to this one meme that you find hilarious, but anyone who doesn't know that lineage of the progression of different memes, it's not going to mean anything to them. It's always been that way. But
there's the guy who created meme is oh shit, I've forgotten his name now.
We were talking about this last night, actually.
Atheist. He's an atheist, and Richard Dawkins. Richard Dawkins. So Richard Dawkins is the guy that came up with the word meme.
Yeah.
And what memes are.
Yeah.
However, they've moved far beyond his intention of.
He hates it, actually.
They become a bit like, when I was at school, there was the sort of, like the in joke for the 5th years, that all the 5th years knew this joke, and what I mean is it was like, just a stupid phrase or something like that. It was like, when I was at school, it was like peaches and chives, it's like, and then we'd go like chive alive or something like that. And it was just a weird, stupid thing that made no sense at all, but it was like an in joke of that year. And when you had any of the other little kids who, the younger kids who tried using it, it's like, go away, you peasanty little child, trying to copy us with, by seizing our little meme of the year kind of thing, And so, Richard Dawkins, turns out he's a complete arsehole.
Yes, he's fallen into that classic trap of, I am smart in one area, so now I think I'm smart in all areas.
Mm-hmm.
And he's gone way out of his depth on social issues, and he's made himself look like a complete fucking prick.
Yeah, even turned out as a TERF this year.
Oh, yeah, why not? Of course. Because he was a homophobe and a misogynist why not be a fucking TERF as well? Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
You know, I mean, you know, there are some times when, you know, one of the things he said, you know, he tweeted that, you know, he was touched by a priest or whatever, and it didn't have any effect on him.
Yeah.
And the problem is that, you know, I kind of looked into that, and when, you know, when you see him explaining it, it makes sense.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, this is an old guy who doesn't really understand social media very well.
Yeah.
And so this is someone who will take a really complicated idea, but you can't really condense it into a tweet.
Yeah.
And so,
yeah.
So what happens is things get lost. And one of the things that gets lost is the nuance.
Yes.
That's in between all these things, that, you know, there's a sort of overarching meaning behind it, but because it's come out like the punchline of a joke, which is a one-liner effectively, which is what tweets are. Tweets are pretty much a one-liner form of
absolutely.
Form of expression.
Yeah.
So trying to get a complicated idea into the size of a tweet isn't going to work all the time.
Yeah, that's true. Yes. So I love Stella talking about niche jokes. She was at a costume night at a club in Perth. Someone was dressed as Medusa, and the MC introduced the woman dressed as Medusa by saying, "Get your Gorgon, get your Gorgon," and Stella was the only person who laughed. And also, Abigail's just showing, oh my God, I was literally about to go to bed, Abigail, because I'm quite tired at the moment. But Juneteenth, which I used as the theme for this, which I did mention at the start, June 19th was the date where Texas finally ratified the Emancipation Proclamation almost 2 years after President Lincoln had issued it. So basically, Texas was the last state in the US to formally say, okay, we recognize that slavery is illegal. And that was almost 2 years after Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation. So June 19th is the anniversary of it being universally recognized in the US that slavery was illegal. But there you go. Yeah. Oh, nice. Abigail, you've been out at games night. Nice. So you're tired going to bed. Nice.
One of the crazy things about this Juneteenth thing, because it's just become a national holiday.
And that's okay. You go ahead and say what you're going to say. Then I'm going to say something about America and holidays. But you go first.
So it's become a national holiday, and by national holiday, it means the federal government, not everybody.
Yeah. Yes.
And so, and it's like I was amazed that this actually passed. It flew through. You know, it was proposed. It only needed Biden to sign it then, and he did it as soon as he got back from Europe. And that's it. It's now law. And it's like, holy shit, that went through in like a couple of months to turn it into an actual. Yeah. And it's like, wait a minute. Given the amount of racist, bigoted fucks, especially Republicans.
Yeah.
And yet suddenly making this Juneteenth, because, you know, it was a thing that was really a black thing.
Yes.
You know, black people celebrated it because it was the liberation for black people in America, you know, getting rid of slavery. So it's something they'd been celebrating as a thing since the 1800s, you know.
Yes.
And, but there were 12 senators that refused to sign it, and every single one of them Republican.
Of course.
And almost all of them full on right wing. You know, they if they didn't retweet QAnon stuff, it's only because they didn't know what QAnon was.
Yeah, that's that type of shit. So, okay, I'm literally going to go to bed. The last thing I want to say, Americans and the term holiday. I don't know about the UK. Laura. But in Australia, if someone refers to a holiday, what that literally means is if you are a full-time employee, you get the day off. And if you have to work, you get penalty rates, you get double time. Holiday means as a permanent employee, you get a paid day off. Americans use the term holiday to just refer to a commemoration of something. And I find that super fucking confusing. So I don't even know if Juneteenth is now a holiday in the sense we recognize it, in that it's a paid day off if you're a federal employee.
Yes.
Or is it just a fucking commemoration? Because Americans do this dumb fucking shit where they call everything a holiday when it's just a commemoration. It bugs the shit out of me that they do that. But what are you going to do, Americans?
Yeah, in America, it's a federal thing. So basically, if you work at the post office, it's a day off.
Yeah,
it's a proper federal holiday. Now, whether your boss will allow you to take that day off, use it, have it, is a different thing. I always found it a little bit weird, and maybe it's just a TV thing rather than an actual thing, and I have no idea because this is an Australian thing, so I don't know. But I used to watch Neighbours.
Yes.
And on Christmas Day, the coffee shop would be open and all sorts of other things would be open. It's like, wait a minute, do people just work normal on days like that?
Here's the thing with public holidays in Australia, a bunch of stuff will open, but you get paid penalty rates, and so that's some cafes and whatnot. The days where fucking everything shuts is Good Friday and Anzac Day until noon. Almost nothing, like a 7-Eleven and a petrol station will be open on those and nothing else. Christmas, most things are shut, but some things will be open. But even more so than Christmas, the days where virtually everything is shut is, and I don't know why this is, but it's Good Friday and Anzac Day up to noon. Most places are shut on Christmas Day, but some places will be open. But almost everything is shut on Good Friday and on Anzac Day up to noon. So that's Australia for you. So
we often have Christmas Day is usually closed.
Yes.
Boxing Day they might be open. So Boxing Day is the day after Christmas Day. I don't know if you have that in the
no, we refer to Boxing Day as well. Yes.
So now sometimes stuff's open. So for example, my supermarket, Asda.
Yeah.
Sometimes a few years ago it was closed on Boxing Day, and then another time it's open on Boxing Day. I don't know why they seem to random out sometimes. But things like Easter, that's the day, you get a day off work. And of course, then you've got things like bank holidays.
Yeah.
Pretty much everyone takes a day off work, except for if you work at Primark or whatever, because people take the day off and go shopping. But of course, you get paid time and a half or whatever, double time.
Yeah.
So it's good for the employees as well if they want to work that day. And I was told this a long time ago when I was at school, and I've read it. Other sources say it as well, but then again, I've also seen other things that say, that's not true, and so I don't know whether it's true or not now. But we have bank holidays, every year, and the reason that I was told this happened is because the governor of the Bank of England was a big cricket fan, right? And when there was a 3-day test, he could watch Saturday and Sunday, but had to be at work on Monday. So whenever there was the test on in the UK, that he would call a bank holiday so that he could go and watch the game, watch the match.
It could be true. I'd like it to be true. It sounds good. I like it.
Yeah, it's almost like the abuse of power, but at least we all get something out of it.
Yeah,
you know,
abuse of power in a fun way. That's good.
Yeah.
Nice.
But
Okay.
one big change that has happened, because I've lived in my flat now for 28 years, which is amazing because in the first 17 years of my life, I went to 12 different schools and lived in about sort of 10 different houses. Because my parents were in the Air Force, we moved around a lot. But I remember I got really sick. I got the flu over sort of in Christmas, New Year time that week.
Yeah.
And everywhere was shut. Everywhere was shut. You might have the off license open, but pretty much everywhere was shut between Christmas and New Year. And yet now I could go to my mum's a few years ago on Christmas Day to spend Christmas Day there. And the off license would be open all day, 9 to 5 kind of thing.
Okay.
Because immigrants and, they're prepared. It wasn't really their holiday as such. They take advantage of the holiday because, they don't celebrate the whole Christmas thing as a spiritual, religious thing. But then again, who the hell does these days?
Yeah.
Because obviously, Santa delivering stuff is far more realistic than Jesus being born that day.
But you always get that joke in America about Jewish people going to Chinese restaurants on Christmas Day because Christmas doesn't mean anything to Jewish people or to the majority of Chinese people because the majority of Chinese people aren't Christian either. But the thing. Anyway, I'm going to go to bed. I'm definitely going to bed. So want to we've just hit midnight here. So it's officially Sunday now. So I'm going to go to bed. Thank all you wonderful people for joining. I will, in all probability, be doing the Sunday night stream, but it will be the respectable 2-hour stream with 1 or 2 drinks rather than the 4 to 6 hour stream with many drinks. I think I've been pretty restrained tonight, honestly. I was going to drink a lot more, but I drank enough to just kind of stay drunk for the whole stream without getting absolutely legless. So
thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining. It's always nice to have a bit of a chat. And thank all you fabulous people who were hanging out for the period. Nighty night. Anyone who's up for it, in all probability, see you for the Sunday night stream. I'll see if I can find AZ sometime on Sunday. You never know what'll happen. Either way, we'll be back. Going now.